I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
A warm welcome to the second day of broadcasting here from Belém, from the diplomatic zone at COP30. So we're broadcasting daily here, and with our partners, UNDP, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and the Planetary Science Pavilion. And together with these partners and other session partners, we go live every day for quite a long broadcast here during the COP. So we have a very exciting day ahead of us here on the second day, don't we, Nick?
We certainly do. We have exciting days every day. Make Science Great Again is a bold campaign, right, that's trying to deal with the issue of defending the truth in terms of science. And in a few minutes, we will have Ingmar Rentzhog on the stage who's going to talk about that. And we want your support in amplifying science, supporting science, and realizing there's a fun way to get on the track of doing this. So we'll come to that in a few moments. But yeah, we've got a lot on this week, and back over to you.
So we're going to hear about some really exciting solutions here, cutting carbon emissions at speed and scale, and we're going to have interesting talks with 3 Brazilian mothers too, right, Nick?
Oh, right, that's with Our Kids Climate, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, fantastic.
They're
That's
going to be
really
later
good
on the
news.
show. Yeah. So, and also on we don't have time stage, we're going to find all sorts of fantastic on-stage interviews, off-stage interviews that we're going to broadcast during these sessions. Mm-hmm. But indeed, as you pointed out, Nick, science is under threat.
Yeah, totally under threat. And this campaign, Make Science Great Again, is deliberately cheeky on one level, right? Because we're pointing a finger at least one country that's really playing fast and loose with the truth of science or the reality of science. But it actually includes populist parties all over. In Europe, you've got the AfD in Germany. You've got others in other places. So this is a serious campaign with a cheeky message, but it's a serious message at the same time. And so what we're going to do now, Katerina, if it's okay with you, is we're going to see, we've got this thing called the Bucket Challenge for Science.
We do indeed.
And this is about encouraging everybody to join. And let's watch the latest film here at COP30. Yeah, let's watch it, guys.
Hello. How's it going? Good morning, guys. Welcome. Have a great day.
Hola, everybody from COP30 Amazonia.
Science is the overall view that we need to share in order to take the best decisions home.
I think science is important because it's one form of truth.
Today, as we stand in the world's largest rainforest, Amazonia in Belém, it is predicted by 2100 all the rainforests will be gone. Science is the key to solve this dispute.
I want to pass this off to Zoran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City.
I pass the cup to the finest negotiators at the COP30.
I think we all, not just me, need to pass the cap to Mother Nature.
So I'm here with the founder of and CEO of We Don't Have Time, and also the initiator of this great campaign, Make Science Great Again. And lately, well, the past few days, you've got quite a lot of traction on your reporting of what Bill Gates has been doing in terms of denying science. So you can talk a bit about that. Would you like to address that topic right away?
Yes, I'd love to, Katarina. And it's not just Bill Gates that is. He's not denying science, but he's using what he likes of the science and ignore the ones the uncomfortable truth he doesn't like.
A bit selective.
And the background to this story is that the tech billionaires, they have a voice. People listen to them. They own newspapers. They own tech platforms, etc., etc. And before this COP meeting, I think it was 2 weeks before, at the same day, Antonio Guterres, the UN General Secretary, gave a very stark warning about the urgency of the climate crisis. Bill Gates published a letter about that while climate is important, we shouldn't only focus on climate. We have many problems in the world, and we need to be more sober about everything. And climate crisis will not affect humans in near time, so why really prioritize that over everything else? I mean, of course, Bill Gates is right when he says that we can't ignore all the problems just because we have a climate crisis. We need to help poor people. We need to fight diseases. We need to do many things. But we can't choose between doing that instead of fighting the climate crisis. And publishing a letter like this before COP is not only to express your opinion, it's actually to influence this whole meeting and the global climate politics, and that made me very upset actually, because we need leaders that are saying the truth, that we are in an urgency and we don't have 10 more COPs to solve this. We need to deliver more, not less. And Bill Gates have been one of the voices that said that more clear before. So this is a change of strategy, and this is the alarming stuff. Because we all know here, there's one country missing at this meeting, it's the United States. They are not here officially. Gavin Newsom and some others are here independent, but the country is missing. And what's going on in the United States, we have this president in the White House, but we have also so many people in US with power and money that are supporting him. And I mean, of course, you're free to support your president in a democracy, but isn't it really strange that when the first time Donald Trump won the US election, you have all those tech giants, they didn't support him, they maybe didn't they were not maybe criticize him in the beginning, but at the end of his first term, we had January 6th, all those tech platforms, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, Meta, all those platforms were canceling him. They were removing his account. They were, getting rid of him. And I didn't like that, because that's not free speech, but they did. But now when he's back, they have changed their mind. And it's not only a change of opinion, it's also a change of strategy. Did you know that Bill Gates have donated $3.5 million to a climate delay advocacy, Bjorn Lombard? And that's the same argument. This advocate for climate delay, he was one of the first celebrating Bill Gates' new position. They probably wrote it together. And Donald Trump celebrated him. So when I heard this news, I was staying up the whole night because I couldn't get it out of my mind. I've seen those clips where those big tech leaders have changed their minds. And I gathered them and I put together a short film showing what they are saying and what they are doing. And I think we should play that now.
Thank you for incredible leadership, including getting this group together.
Thank you, Bill. That is very nice.
Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has stunned climate watchers with a major shift in tone ahead of the COP30 summit in Brazil.
Are you going to
U.S. President Donald Trump has declared victory in what he called the war on the climate change hoax, following Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates' apparent shift in tone on global warming. Trump's declaration came shortly after Gates released a new blog post and gave an interview ahead of next week's COP30 climate summit in Brazil, saying climate change, though serious, will not cause humanity's demise. In his new statement, Gates wrote, "The doomsday view of climate change is wrong," explaining that people will live and thrive in most places on Earth for the foreseeable future.
It's starting to hurt, both in human social costs and in economic costs. And this is happening at 1.2 degrees Celsius of global mean surface temperature rise, and we're following a pathway that takes us to 2.7 degrees Celsius in only 70 years. And we've had a 10,000-year period where our civilizations have developed, where we've had an enormous privilege of a planet at 14 degrees Celsius plus minus 0.5 degrees Celsius. That's the Holocene since we left the last ice age. And if you look 3 million years back, we never exceeded 2 degrees Celsius. That's the warmest temperature on Earth during the entire Quaternary. The coldest point, minus 5 degrees Celsius, ice age. I call this the corridor of life. Is it surprising that we scientists are getting really, really nervous?
Well, thanks for hosting us. I mean, this is quite a group to get together, and I think all of the companies here are making huge investments in the country in order to build out data centers and infrastructure to power the next wave of innovation. So it's we don't often get together as the CEOs of the different companies, but it's good to see everyone.
Right, breaking news just moments ago, Facebook announced it is getting rid of fact checkers and also making major changes to what content is allowed. This is just the latest move as Facebook's parent company Meta and founder Mark Zuckerberg work to very publicly win favor with Donald Trump.
More specifically, here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes similar to X, starting in the US. We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth. But the fact checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US.
Wow. Getting rid of fact checkers, and Claire Duffy, you can see her right here, is here with us now. So what's going on here?
Yeah, John, this is a major reversal. Let's not forget that the reason that Facebook and Meta introduced this third-party fact-checking system in the first place was because it was accused of allowing foreign actors to spread disinformation and discord around American political elections. Now the company is saying it is getting rid of those third-party fact-checkers and will introduce this system called Community Notes, which is something that Elon Musk has also rolled out on X.
I want to thank you for including me this evening. It's incredible to be among everyone here, particularly you and the First Lady. I've always enjoyed having dinner and interacting. I want to thank you for setting the tone such that we could make a major investment in the United States.
First of all, to echo the comments of Tim and others, thank you so much for getting us all together, and thank you for being such a pro-business, pro-innovation president. It's a very refreshing change.
So thank you very much, Ingvar, for creating this video. It's quite disturbing. I mean, you see these tech bros that get a lot of attention, surely, and scientists normally don't. So how do we make sure that scientists gets the equal amount of appreciation and also attention as these tech pros do?
Why should we have it equal? And if you have a sickness, it's a really serious disease that can kill you, that's the climate crisis. Are you going to Bill Gates to cure you or a doctor? Why should it be equal? Shouldn't we listen to the people with the knowledge? But I mean, in order to make it equal, at least equal, we need to turn up the volume for the science. And I think one way to do it is what we do here, that we don't have time with the broadcast and everything. But another thing we also must address, we are dependent on those platforms we just saw the heads of. If they don't like this content, it's very easy for them to just turn down our volume, and sometimes it's actually happening. We all know the algorithms, etc. So I think the only way to really solve this problem is to create more digital platform for free speech and democracy values. And we don't have that today. We have so few, and they're not really having the good values either. So we need to have much more platforms. There is actually one really big platform here in Brazil, a big social media. Meta bought it and just shut it down. And in Europe, we don't have any platform. There is 0 communication social media platforms in Europe. I think it's time to change that. And I think many people, when they see things like this, will also start building it. At least I know some that are actually doing it. So I think we need to build our own platforms, and we need to be better at communicating. And lastly, I know we are going to give the time to the scientists here, but one really weird thing, I wrote this story. It's actually an article on We Know Time. We can put it in tomorrow's newsletter. And I looked into all the facts around Bill Gates that is donating to Björn Lomborg, etc., etc. And I used ChatGPT for the text, and suddenly ChatGPT didn't want to write it. And I just stated the facts, nothing, and it's like, no, I don't want to write this. So I changed the AI model and used Grok, Elon Musk AI model. And do you know what it said?
Tell me.
It said, this is the best text I ever helped with. Asked for a second opinion. And we all know that Elon Musk and Bill Gates don't come along. We also all know that Sam Altman and Bill Gates and Microsoft are cooperating. So, I mean, I think we can't really regulate how those models are trained. I think it's impossible. But what we need to do is to make sure that we have, I mean, all countries, we need to have like 100 AI models. We can't have one dominating it all and decide what I am allowed to write if I criticize the owner of the company that have done it. That's really dangerous. So it's time to listen to the scientists, and it's time to create better digital infrastructure that is democratic.
Thank you so much, Ingmar Renstock, for spelling it out so loud and clear. And now we're going to leave this topic, but continue this sort of in a way, because we're going to leave the floor to the scientists. So thank you, Ingmar.
Thank you.
Here, leading scientists from all over the world are invited to review the latest findings in climate science and climate change research and compile what is called the 10 new insights on climate science. And I'm so happy to have with me here the prominent guest, Wendy Broadgate. She's one of the editors of this year's report, and you're Global Hub Director and Interim Coordinating Director at Future Earth. And you have a presentation to share about these findings that are really crucial, and you're also giving input to the negotiators based on this report. So the floor is yours, Wendy.
I'm really pleased to be here. Thanks a lot. So what is this report? This is a report that synthesizes the most crucial advances in climate research, climate change research. It distills them into accessible and concise insights to inform decision makers. We have a process that includes an expert elicitation, a broad consultation, and then an editorial board that distills these insights down to 10 key recent insights that are critical for the climate change negotiations, but critical for everyone to know. But the writing process involves more than 70 natural and social scientists from more than 20 countries. So it's a very broad, robust synthesis. It undergoes peer review, and it's published as an academic paper, as well as this policy report. It's produced by three broad organizations: Future Earth, the Earth League, and the World Climate Research Programme. So I'd like to get down and share the 10 insights with you. The first one is that we have seen record warming again over the last over 2023 and 2024. There is evidence that and uncertainty and scientific questions around why this is so extreme, why this is so big. We've seen a steady increase over the last 20 years, but years 2023 and 2024, we've seen a big jump in warming. Some of that can be explained by the demasking effect related to reduced aerosols in the atmosphere. That's due to some legislation that came in 2020. Some of it can be explained by natural variability. We're now moving into an El Nino year, but it doesn't explain all the differences. So scientists are a bit perplexed, are concerned that we're seeing accelerated warming, and also concerned that the Earth may be beginning to lose its resilience. And we're seeing this with great concern. The second insight is that we're also seeing extreme ocean warming. We're seeing accelerated ocean warming. This is harming ocean ecosystems, and we're seeing increasing extreme weather risks. This ocean warming is leading to multiple marine heat waves. Those marine heat waves are now longer. They're also more extreme than in the past. That's resulting in big changes to ecosystems, harm to ecosystems, such as coral reefs, coral reef bleaching, resulting in the dieback of corals. It's also resulting in more extreme events, more frequent and more intense extreme events, which is very concerning. This map shows highlights some of the storms and the hurricanes that we've seen over recent years, and some of the harm to ecosystems by these extreme heat waves, marine heat waves. Number 3, the global carbon sink is under strain, and it's dropping sharply in 2023. So our forests, our biomass on land, absorbs 25% of the emissions from fossil fuels. That is a service that the planet is giving us and helping buffer climate change. We've seen an increase in the uptake of carbon by forests over the last 20 years or last 40 years. That's a result of the fertilization effect of the increased CO2 in the atmosphere and the warming. So the biomass is becoming more intense over the years, but now we're seeing a drop. There's been a sudden drop in the carbon sink in the last few years. And we're also seeing that the northern hemisphere sink of carbon dioxide is easing off. So this is very concerning. Weakening carbon sink has implications for global warming. If our carbon sinks are decreasing on land, we're going to see more warming as a result of our emissions. And that, again, weakening resilience of the Earth system, which is very concerning. Insight number 4 is that biodiversity loss, climate and climate change reinforce each other in a destabilizing loop. We know that our forests absorbing, as I just said, they're absorbing the CO2 from the atmosphere, and the diversity of the forest is really important in that uptake of carbon, in the resilience of the forests. There are there are multiple benefits of protecting our biodiversity and protecting our biosphere for climate change. And ultimately, this insight is really encouraging policymakers to see synergies between the different climate and biodiversity conventions and actually build on those synergies, because those synergies really will help us tackle climate change and keep buffer the changes that we're seeing. Insight 5 is that climate change is accelerating groundwater depletion. That's a result of changing rain patterns are giving us reduced runoff in rivers in some places, and increased floods in others. We need to do more irrigation to produce food and for agriculture. And where we have droughts and where we have water shortages, this is being taken from the groundwater. So our groundwater supplies are going down at alarming rates. This can also lead to intrusion of salt water and into land collapse as well. Number 6 is rising temperatures drive dengue outbreaks and drive the geographical spread of diseases like dengue. We've seen record cases of dengue fever in 2024. I think it was 800 million people got the disease in 2024, and this is absolute record levels. This is as a result of warming temperatures creating much more favorable conditions for dengue transmission. And the maps you see on the screen show that our temperature prognosis for 2030 and 2050 it's rapidly expanding, both the length of the season but also the area of a habitat for dengue. So again, very concerning implications for health. Insight 7 is that increasing heat stress is projected to reduce working hours and creating loss of economic output. Again, maps showing at 2 degrees and at 3 degrees, very, very large areas that can result in up to 50% of labor productivity losses in the future. Again, this not only, it has its biggest effects in the global south in developing countries, but this also will have knock-on effects on supply chains to other parts of the world. So it's a global concern and will result in extreme economic losses. Insight 8, safe scale-up of carbon dioxide removal is needed to tackle hard-to-abate emissions and climate risks. Again, we ultimately need to reduce mitigate our emissions by emissions reductions extremely rapidly in order to meet the Paris Agreement. We are very likely, and it's now inevitable, that we will exceed 1.5 degrees. But carbon dioxide removal methods are very critical in being able to bring us down to net zero emissions as soon as possible and reduce the overshoot period for overshooting 1.5 degrees. Scale up of CDR should be focused on hard to abate emissions, which are things like aircraft emissions, and they are. We should not use CDR to replace mitigation. In addition to needing to scale up CDR in order to get to net zero, we also need to allow for a preventative CDR capacity in the middle panel here, particularly to as a result of unexpected Earth system responses that we may already be seeing in this weakening resilience of the Earth system. The third panel shows that our current NDCs are entirely inadequate for the scale of carbon dioxide removal that is needed to meet these goals. Number 9, stronger standards and transparency is needed in voluntary carbon markets to ensure real mitigation. This graph shows that a recent study shows that only 16% of emissions trading schemes are actually resulting in meeting their real goals. This is very concerning. The voluntary market is unregulated, and this graph is pointing to some of the concerns in how investments may not be going to mitigate effects of climate change through various schemes. And finally, number 10, policy mixes outperform standalone measures in advancing emissions reductions. It's very clear that single policies alone are not able to have full effects. Mixes like, for example, a carbon price combined with a carbon pricing combined with other policy measures are ways to really ensure that we can advance our emissions reductions at scale. So that we have, this is an example that shows that pricing, subsidies, regulation and information, the combinations of these are really important. So what I wanted to say was subsidies, so reducing the subsidies on fossil fuels combined with a price on carbon is an example of how we can have policy mixes that are more effective than individual policies. That's where I'd like to wrap up. Thank you.
So we just heard a great presentation of the 10 new insights on climate science from Wendy Broadgate. Thank you very much for that, Wendy. And I'm delighted to have two more of the editors of this report with us here in the studio. It's an honor to have all three of you with us here. It's very inspirational and, of course, crucial, the work that you're doing. So, Paula Merazo, you are a research professional, Global Futures Laboratory, Arizona State University. A warm welcome to We Don't Have Time.
Thank you.
And Dilian Chen, Tsinghua Distinguished Chair Professor, Tsinghua University.
Thank you.
Great to have you. And Wendy Broadgate, that just presented before. So we're going to dig a bit deeper into some of the big takeaways that you just presented and the 10 key findings here in this report. But before we do that, I'd like to ask you, Paula, this is a time where there's a lot of increasing political pressure on science and hostility even towards climate science. So how do you say this really, what is the role played by major reports like this in this scenario with political pressure on scientists?
Thanks for that very timely question. I think for me, being based in the US, at a US university, facing a lot of these attacks and threats on science, these types of scientific collaborations are more vital than ever. It's what keeps these types of initiatives like the 10 New Insights alive, because we have a very wide and global network of partners. So instead of having these efforts being concentrated at just one institution, we are able to, in a sense, increase the resiliency of these projects by sustaining these collaborations. And what we've seen throughout the years, thankfully this is the 9th edition of the report, throughout the years our network of partners, co-authors involved, institutions involved, keeps growing, which is also what gives this type of reports its strength, both in its reach and in perspective. So definitely now more than ever we need to sustain and hold on to these types of collaboration and keep pushing forward.
Thank you very much, Paula. So if you look at there's lots of reports on climate science. What makes this report stand out?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. There are, in fact, many reports out there, from the IPCC assessments to more thematic and annual exercises from UNEP, WMO. What we think the 10 New Insights does, or what we aim for it to do, is to step in to fill a key gap by annually synthesizing and distilling the key findings from climate science or climate-related research across a broad spectrum. So you'll see, as Wendy presented, the insights span from both the physical sciences to more the social sciences. We have some insights on more the economic side, the policy side. So we don't view this as a competition, but rather as a complement to these other reports to keep science timely, visible, and connected to these conversations shaping the agenda.
Thank you very much for clarifying this, Paula. So turning now to Deliang, one of the biggest questions in climate in the past years, of course, the recent raises in temperature of 2023 and 2024. In other words, those 2 years were even hotter than what climate scientists thought they would be. So was this an anomaly, the jump in temperature in 2023 and 2024 and also in 2025? Or could we expect this to be the new pace of temperature rise, Deliang?
Yes, certainly it was an anomaly, but it's such a big anomaly. As you said, it was beyond what we understood, because we knew that we have a natural variability, especially when we have transition from La Nina to El Nino. Temperature typically jumps, but the amplitude we have been observing is much larger than that. And so in that sense, it was not a normal anomaly. It is an anomaly beyond what we know, which is an indication of a long-term accelerated trend of warming.
And this is, of course, indeed extremely alarming. And also we see this jump in temperatures in the oceans, correct? So for non-experts that might be watching this, why is there a distinction between sea and land surface temperatures? And why does this merit special concern, this rise in the ocean temperatures?
Ocean covers 70% of the Earth's surface. And also ocean water is a huge holder of the heat and energy of the system. So what happens in the ocean has a much longer and stronger impact on energy balance and also on water balance, because we know that the ocean, when the temperature of the ocean is getting higher, then the evaporation will be increased. Evaporation is also kind of water vapor, it also carries energy to the atmosphere. We have seen a strong link between the extreme weather events like hurricanes, and we know that strong hurricanes can only occur when you have a strong and a high ocean surface temperature. And the other thing is that the ocean is also actually holding not only a lot of energy, but also carbon from the emissions. And when the temperature of the ocean surface is increased, the buffering effect or capacity is reduced. That has a kind of positive feedback, positive in the sense it's reinforcing each other. It's not a positive for climate, it's a bad thing for climate. And so when we have this kind of additional feedback, then our previous estimate of carbon budget or carbon fluxes between, for example, atmosphere and ocean will be changed. That adds actually a new dimension of the problem, which is worrisome.
Well, thank you very much, Deliang, for clarifying this. Wendy, another key finding in the report was, of course, the grasslands, that they're no longer a carbon sink, but a carbon emission source. So what can you say about this?
So actually what the report says is that the carbon sinks on land are decreasing. So it's both grasslands, it's also forest, and they're In some areas, like in the Amazon, we are seeing a very concerning change from the forest being a sink of carbon to being a source of carbon. That's a very concerning trend. But in other parts of the world, overall, the forests and the land biosphere is still absorbing almost a quarter of the emissions that we are emitting into the atmosphere. However, that process is weakening. We're reliant on that. All of our models, our climate models into the future, are reliant on a robust sink. And obviously, the climate models are now beginning to bake in this concern, this weakening carbon sink. But with forests absorbing less carbon, there's more carbon left in the atmosphere, and hence more warming. So it's a very concerning trend, and we're reliant, and we've been benefiting from the resilience of our planet to absorb a lot of our emissions over time, both the oceans and the land. And now we're seeing signs of that resilience being eroded. So ultimately, we need to act to emit less CO2 into the atmosphere, because our planet is not able to help us as much as it was in the past.
Thank you, Wendy. So is this related to the wildfires, or what other aspects can you add in this perspective, please?
Yes, absolutely. So why is it happening? Because we are warming the planet. That's resulting in changing weather, changing extreme events, wildfires, disease, drought, and the forests and the biosphere is suffering from that and less able to operate in its normal mode.
Thank you, Wendy. So the report also emphasizes the role of biodiversity, as in absorbing carbon, of course, which might seem a bit counterintuitive if you're not an expert. So biodiversity is important for its own sake, but why would it matter for the climate if we have 1 million tree forest of all different species versus 1 million planted Douglas firs, for instance?
Yeah. So biodiversity or biodiverse forests are resilient. The different mix of species in a forest operate together to be able to buffer shocks and changes from climate change, for example. They all have different functions. Ecosystem function is very important in an ecosystem, and monocultures of reforestation with single species do not bring that robustness, that resilience that natural forests have. So it's extremely important that we maintain the forests that we have in their natural state, and as we are, we protect and restore those. But in addition, as we are planting new biomass, we should do that in a most diverse way as possible. And this is where links between policy measures in climate and policy measures in biodiversity go very much hand in hand towards common goals.
Thank you very much, Wendy. The connection nature and climate is becoming stronger at the COPs, correct? The correlation here. So Paula, let's turn to the human aspect of climate change. And people are already under quite severe heat stress in many regions due to climate change. So what could you say about this in terms of working in these conditions in regions where it might hit 40, 50 degrees?
So what the report points out is that we're seeing the impacts of climate change on productivity, income loss, and loss of productive labor hours as well. So while, for example, increasing adaptation measures and safety labor measures becomes very important, and even more so with the increasing pace of climate change, what we're highlighting in the report is that the impacts go beyond just a hot day or the workers. We're actually seeing the impacts being rippled through supply chains. So regions that are just directly affected, they're not just the ones being affected. It's the impacts are traveling through supply chains, affecting global trade, and we're seeing an overall loss of income because of climate change. So this is a call for greater ambition towards climate mitigation.
But could we address this also by sort of adapting the workforce hours and getting breaks during the hottest hours, for instance?
Well, this definitely becomes more important and necessary, but we're actually highlighting systemic effects of this heat. So we're not just seeing a few hotter days here and there. We're seeing this affecting the entire economic system through trade channels, through an increase of loss of labor hours because it's just very hot to work. So even if we do implement a break, there is just not enough of a decent time to work because it's so hot. For example, in cities like Phoenix, where we have 100+ days of over 40 degrees Celsius, it just becomes very unbearable to work.
And of course, this is also related to nature, because if we plant more trees in cities, the cities become cooler, and that also helps climate, and of course helps the workers and the conditions and many of these very stressful situations for workers. So finally, the final question here, and I'd like you to elaborate on it, is it seems like if we look at policies, they seem to be effective when they're really put in place, right? So what policy have we seen around the world that made the biggest difference when it comes to turning this around and lowering the emissions and creating a solid energy transition, Wendy?
So I don't think our report actually points to this, so I could speak more generally, that a price on carbon is extremely effective in changing the economics of what is efficient, what is attractive. Also, policies that reduce fossil fuel subsidies are extremely important. And I think they're a big win, a big untapped win that is really not being tackled.
So, Deli Young, what favorite policies can you highlight that has actually made a difference, or policy you would like to see, for that matter?
Well, I think one of the outcomes of the report is that a mixture of policies helps most, which means that there's no single bullet and which can cure all the problems. So we have to both find the incentive or policy that encourage the increase in the efficiency and also in the reduction of the emission, but also we need to find ways to tackle the whole system, the problem at the system level. And there's also a region and a sector specific context we have to think about. Because if you look at the world, I mean, different regions has different history and different system in terms of energy, in terms of political system, in terms of private sector, and also in terms of strengths and weakness of different sectors. So I think there is no single policy that can help all, but we need to use multiple policy instruments with a specific context that fits the region. I think that is the key. That is also one of the key points we emphasize in the report.
Thank you, Deli Young. So, Paula, what is your take on policies?
I'll echo what the report says, which is that the findings are pointing to policy mixes being more effective in emissions reduction as opposed to single measures. So the report draws from a study of over 1,500 climate policy measures in over 40 countries, and it concludes exactly that policy mixes, when designed and implemented together, actually have a stronger impact in reducing emissions than single measures here and there acting in isolation. So I think, as Deli Young said, we have to really think about the context, the economic stage of development of each of the countries, but I think the evidence base is growing, and it's encouraging to see how science is capturing this and can act as a tool for decision makers when implementing and designing policies, that they can see what's already working and in that way implement more effective policies that help us get on track to our climate goals.
Well, thank you very much, Paula. We actually have 10 more minutes for this panel, so I'm going to add a few questions here that I didn't think of before, but I'll add a little bit. The importance of, or the implications of you actually having this IPCC mandated pavilion here at the COP, and also being able to sort of act as fact checkers for the negotiations. What could that be, Wendy? I mean, what does it feel to actually have this pavilion in place? Do you feel more empowered? Do you feel that you can really make more of a difference this year?
Yeah, actually, the IPCC has a platform in the pavilion through a WMO pavilion, and in addition to that, this year the COP hosts have invited a science pavilion. So this is strengthening the voice of science.
I should correct myself. It's the COP that has made it possible.
Yes,
the host.
The COP president has invited a science pavilion, and we call it the Planetary Science Pavilion because it's about the planet as a whole, and it's really exciting. Both that the COP president has invited this and is connecting with the science in the pavilion. It also expands the space for scientists to speak about the results and the urgent need to act in line with science. So there are science presentations across the pavilions. We also, under Johan Rockström and Carlos Nobre's leadership, when this invitation came, connected directly with IPCC to ensure that this is very much aligned with IPCC and accepted and encouraged by IPCC. The more IPCC synthesizes and assesses the science, but more voices of science are needed in these negotiations. So we're very excited to be able to have a bigger voice and to be able to complement the IPCC gold standard, very important assessments that come every 7 years.
Thank you very much, Wendy. So in terms of correcting politicians or things that come out of the negotiations, how would that work, Liang?
You mean for politicians, how they?
No, but I mean you're here, but what, as I understood, you're also here as on the mandate to really be able to speak out that this statement was really not accurate according to science. How do you do that? How does that unfold?
Well, we have been doing in different ways, and producing this report is one way. You have something documented, which is collective wisdom of internationally well-known scientists. And which I hope will have a long-lasting effect, not just as we speak to the politicians, but we have something documented. Number two is that we have also different activities. As Wendy mentioned, even during the COP meeting here, we also joined several discussions where we provide scientific insights. And then as an individual scientist and also people who are working with science, we all talking to people during the COP meeting, before the COP meeting and after the COP meeting. And then also we are typically a citizen, although we probably see us as a world citizen, but we do have our national kind of belongings. So we also have maybe some countries they need to be closer to us. So we also talk to all of them we know of. So we try our best, I think, as an individual or as a group of scientists to make our voice heard, because we truly believe that science is a universal voice, is the only thing that is rational, I would say. I mean, in politics, we know that there are things that can be turned from white to black and so on, but in science, there is only one voice. So I think there is also strength in that. I'm very happy personally to be part of that, because we are from different worlds, we are having different backgrounds in discipline and so on, but we still feel the same way. That empowers me. You ask a question of how we empower ourselves as scientists. To me, this is the best support I get. From society, of course, you get some other support, but also from your fellow scientists. That we study the problem from different angles, we still came to the same conclusion. Is that not something wonderful? I think that is wonderful.
Thank you, Liang. Would you like to add, Paula?
Yeah, I think it's just very encouraging to see the science being promoted and the uptake of science in spaces like this. I think it's also very valuable to be present and on site in this venue and at this COP one, to promote our initiatives and to say we're here, science is here, we want to be part of this, we want to work with policymakers. I myself, I try to connect a lot with youth groups and youth representatives who are an active part also of the negotiations, and they have a big drive to change things. They've expressed a lot of interest in reports like the 10 New Insights. So being here has enabled a lot of these valuable connections that we're going to continue to foster beyond just the COP and beyond just Belém. So we're thinking, for example, of connecting with a Latin American youth organization that's here on site to have a Q&A session with some of the scientists. That's something that the youth representatives have said that they want and that they're very interested in. So I think it, as Zelling said, it's very encouraging and it's empowering to see the interest from the audience, to see people reaching out to us saying, hey, what is this report about? I want to learn more. Yesterday we had, or Monday, I think, I don't even know what day it is anymore. On Monday we presented the report at the Science Pavilion. We had a super engaged audience, a lot of Q&A, a very engaged Q&A session. Yesterday we had another session also on the report, and just in general the turnout at the Science Pavilion has been great. So I think that's very encouraging for the scientists, for those of us working in the coordination aspects, to see that our work is bearing fruits. So,
well, thank you, Paul. I was in the pavilion twice yesterday. It was completely full and warm, which is the case in the pavilions this year. So Wendy, final question here. When it comes to the COP presidency, they have also announced that this is a COP to fight disinformation. So how does that resonate with you as scientists? That must be a wonderful approach, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mean, there are very concerning trends in the world today with disinformation and misinformation being perpetuated, particularly through the social media, but also through the traditional media. And we have leaders that are also denying that climate change exists. So it's a very concerning times. So it's fantastic for us to know that we have a solid presidency from Brazil that is listening to science, that wants to hear from science, and wants to counteract disinformation. So it's music to our ears. As an international science network, we're really proud to be strengthening the interactions between scientists here and the interactions between science and policy. And building on what Daliang said about collaboration, our Science Pavilion really offers an opportunity for individual scientists to act with a strong voice and be able to respond to changes at the COP, be able to support the presidency with counteracting mis and disinformation. And we are prepared to do things like statements and use the media as to amplify our voice where things are not going according to, in line with science. So thanks for this opportunity to be able to speak to a broad audience, but we're keen to be able to, we see the conditions for collaboration and having a stronger voice of science being really possible due to such a presidency.
And we're delighted to have you here, of course. And when we walk around with our caps, the Make Science Great Again campaign, well, it's not that science was ever bad, but it's more, of course, of pushing the agenda of elevating the role of science in society. It's amazing the response we get. So it's a delight to see that this is actually on top of mind of many people, to elevate science, to honor science. And on the note of honoring, another piece of information here, if you look at scientists that really made a big difference, today is actually Jane Goodall's funeral. So she really had a huge impact on many aspects of what we're talking about here today, correct? So just wanted to have that said and send a thought to this beautiful person that made such a big difference. And all of you making such a big difference, a big thank you, and best of luck with your push for climate science and to awaken people that are not really there yet, and just to push for policies and more traction and action. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here again. We are now today welcoming you to our session, Exponential Solutions, Turning Impact to Systems Change, Real Systems Change. And we're here at COP30, the COP of Truth. So this is about turning ambitions into real action to implementation. And we're looking at in this session, how can we change the economy? How can we switch from a fossil-based economy and sustainable economy into a climate solutions economy? And to do that, I have a few panelists and speakers, brilliant leaders with me. Caroline Reed, Senior Sustainability Director from Oatly, welcome. And Frederica Claren, Chief Sustainability Officer at Polestar, very much welcome. And I think I will be joined very soon by Stegra as well. So good to have you here. So looking at what is climate solution, what kind of products and services are we going to shift to from the fossil ones? We're going to deep dive into a little bit of the frameworks that Exponential Roadmap Initiative launched last year, and that some of our companies here have applied in for real. And we're going to look at what is that, how can we unpack that, how can we make use of that, what does it matter for the companies applying it, and how could frameworks like this make an impact in switching to a new green economy. Starting with you, Caroline, looking at Oatly and how you have been applying the framework, how has that made a difference for you, and how had it helped you in your business?
Thanks for the question. So firstly, for those that don't know, Oatly, we're the original oat milk company, meaning that we make oat-based alternatives to cow's dairy. And Katerina, it's really funny you just mentioned like the alternatives to fossil, but I guess what Oatly is we're the alternative to methane, right? Because we are an alternative to cow's dairy. So our mission is to make it easier for people to eat better and live healthier lives without recklessly taxing the planet's resources. And a couple of years ago, about 2 years ago, I guess, we came across the white paper for the Climate Solutions Framework, and we were overjoyed. And so I'll explain why it's been helpful for us. So for quite some years, we've known that Oatly was significantly less climate impactful than cow's milk. But finding a framework which had very clear definitions and criteria of what a climate solutions product really is enabled us to qualify our products as climate solutions. And this just brought another level of external credibility, demonstrating once again that by shifting away from animal-intensive foods to plant-based is a big part of the solution when it comes to transforming the food system. Secondly, we were having the challenge that we hadn't set an SBTI, and lots of our large customers were asking that requirement of their suppliers, and that's great for the majority of suppliers. But for a company that is a climate solutions company, we needed to demonstrate that actually the biggest impact we can have is in growing and replacing cow's milk. And through growth, our absolute emissions most likely would increase a little bit. So we didn't want to set absolute reduction targets and limit the growth and then therefore the impact we could have in the milk category. So it was really great that also the Climate Solutions Framework acknowledged that by being a climate solutions company, we need to scale exponentially, and therefore setting climate reduction targets from an intensity perspective was the way to go. And so that's also really helped with conversations with some key customers, and they're becoming much more aware of the role they have in enabling the scale of climate solutions.
Thank you so much. And we have also Louisa Odre here, Chief Development Officer at Stegra. Much welcome.
Thank you.
So good to have you here. We are looking at type of climate solution frameworks and how can they and why do they matter? You are in the hard-to-abate industry with steel. Can you explore for us and explain a little bit how you look upon it and how do you use the framework? What does it help you to do?
So the steel industry is a very traditional industry. In Europe, for every ton of steel produced, there's 2 tons of carbon dioxide emitted. Stegra started about 5 years ago now with a mission to decarbonize that industry with the production process that can remove 95% of carbon dioxide emissions versus the benchmark. And I think that's, and by the way, that's 95% using technology that's been around for some decades, but we're putting it together because our customers want steel that is a lower carbon footprint. So I think when we look at climate solutions and frameworks like this, one of the things that it helps with is to recognize that this isn't a niche solution. It is something that addresses a big problem in a very large industry, and so it shows that we are taking a significant step, and also that it's possible. But the other thing that it also does is that it shows that our work isn't done just because we reduce it by 95%. Our work isn't done. We need to also think about how can we scale the solution to other parts of the world or other parts of the value chain, other verticals, other industries perhaps, but also to continue to decarbonize. We still also have an ambition for net zero. So 95%, we see it as a great start, but we're not done yet. So we're trying to see how we can continue to decarbonize. So I think that a framework like this recognizes the effort that's being done, and it also prevents greenwashing, I think, so which is important to recognize efforts where they actually have impact.
So show what good looks like, more or less, and how, and I guess that is a relative ambition that will increase during time. Yes, thank you. Looking at you, Fredrika, Polestar is an EV company and in an industry that is under rapid growth together with the other industries such as wind, solar, batteries, etc. How does framework like this help you, and what is it good for you in shaping your industry and in your business?
Yeah, exactly. We are. Oh, now I hear myself twice. Let's see if that ends. So we are a pure EV company, meaning we only have electric cars, and currently you can see 3 of our cars on the roads, Polestar 2, 3 and 4, and Polestar 5 is coming very soon. And we know that we stand for an impactful climate solution. Electric cars are really kind of a silver bullet when it comes to decarbonizing road transports. But when we set out in 2020 to really bring these solutions to the market, we saw that the automotive industry still didn't know how to talk to the consumers about this. That in fact it was a very scalable climate solution, but of course that we also need to secure that also this climate solution becomes completely climate neutral. So we started publishing our life cycle assessments for all of our cars, which was back then very unique, and now luckily, we see that more car companies are doing this to really enable customers to see the climate impact of the products that they are looking into and hopefully buying, and where they see that, you know, an electric car has a much better climate performance than its fossil fuel alternative. And if you charge it with renewable energy as a customer, you can have an amazing impact, more than having the greenhouse gas emissions, with very conservative calculations behind it. But we still felt like we lacked a harmonized and third-party vetted framework to really build a greater trust towards the consumers. And that's why we are really excited about the framework. It enables us, like Caroline said, it enables us to really have a customer-centric approach in the data that we provide. Where, you know, for example, we are compared with car companies and fossil fuel vehicles in very important, you know, sales contacts, for example, with companies who need to buy fleet cars. And those companies often have, you know, frameworks such as CDP and SBTi and so on that they can really push for. But we as a climate solution company, we are different. We need to scale, and in that scaling, you know, we will help avoid emissions, but we will also create some greenhouse gas emissions at the start of it. But our challenge is, of course, to decouple that growth from climate impact. And also, you know, a testament to that we in fact can do this, and that this, you know, thinking is robust, is that, you know, since 2021 we've showed that we can cut relative emissions with 25% per sold car at Polestar. You know, even though we've been so challenged growing under these circumstances, we have been able to really implement reduction measures that show us that we can do this. We can grow and decouple at the same time.
It's amazing, and also pointing back to a report that we recently published about the crocodile economy, where we see that financial performance is possible with emission reductions also in large incumbents. But looking at you, all three of you are driving systems change, and you're front runners in your business. So that is, I mean, that is a really important role. Looking at how you can be part of and catalyze that systemic change. What is the role, what is the challenges, but mostly of all the opportunities, and also what kind of enablers do you need to drive that change? Starting with you, Louisa.
Yeah, so I think the challenge is often that we are up against incumbents that don't want to change. Some do, but in many, I mentioned at the beginning that we have quite a conservative steel industry. They're happy to continue as they have. I mean, not by choice. It's a struggling industry. It would require a lot of investment to decarbonize their production, and so our role in that is to show that it is possible to do something. It's not easy, and there's many challenges, and there's still challenges every day. It is a roller coaster, but that it is possible. It's important to note that, though, that there's not a silver bullet. So what will decarbonize the steel industry in Europe might not be what will decarbonize the steel industry in India or China, which are the big emitters. But I think it's important to show that there is an example of a company that has managed to fight through these challenges and created a business case that works. The opportunity is that we believe that there is a very strong market. Our customers have signed long-term contracts for green steel products on seven-year long-term contracts, which shows that there is a demand, and those are customers that are far ahead in their decarbonization journey. So there is a demand there, and the earlier we are, it is an untapped potential, and we're sure that it will follow. From what is necessary necessary enabler. You know, we are a team of people that are committed to this. We want to decarbonize hard-to-abate industries, and we are putting so much energy and effort into it. And what is important is a stable regulatory framework, and that policy stays, and that we don't start to doubt the foundations that we're standing on. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're here also at COP30, to encourage policymakers that we've set out the direction. Let's stay the course. Let's stick to it. It is possible. It's happening everywhere. And yes, it's not happening fast enough, but let's focus instead on accelerating it. So I think that's the key enabler that we need to look at. The other is, of course, just more practically, is renewable energy. Just fossil-free or renewable energy, the build-out of that is what's going to enable the transformation of many of these industries. And so anything that governments can do to reduce the complexity or the insecurity of those processes is also going to contribute to that, to the decarbonization.
Thank you so much. Looking at you, Fredrika, how do you see your role in Polestar driving the switch and the system change?
Absolutely. I think that we in business are very good at complaining at policymakers. That's kind of our go-to scapegoat whenever we feel like we don't want to change or we're not progressing fast enough. But what I'm seeing now is that we have the power in our hands in business. It's completely flipped around. And it feels like if we put an engineer to the task, they can do nearly anything. I mean, we have amazing capabilities of designing products that really can help usher in a system change. And you know, with our design, knowledge, our technology knowledge, but also our knowledge about the everyday consumer and our closeness to them. They vote for us every day. It's not like a policymaker where, you know, their constituencies votes every fourth year or so. We talk to the customer every day. We listen to what they are telling us. And we're hearing now, loud and clear, they want electric cars. They want this technology. They believe in it. So whatever policymakers are saying, about the difficulties in terms of system change, that's not what we're seeing. They are ready. So I think the power is really in our hands. Of course, there is challenges. One of the things that we are fighting every day is the lack of cost of carbon. This is not just like a big fluffy topic. This is actually something that is holding us back at Polestar every day in, tapping into all of the solutions that are out there. There are solutions out there. They just cost more. So we need cost on carbon schemes. And I'm really happy to say that, there are cost on carbon schemes that are having effect already today. So it's very hopeful that these can be implemented and make a change. And for example, we just announced our Q3 report, and in that we shared that we have now sold carbon credits for the first 9 months of 2025 for $123 million US, money that we are getting from powerful cost on carbon schemes to be able to really develop our solution and contribute to this systems change that we need.
Over to you, Caroline, at Oatly. How do you do?
Yeah. So obviously at Oatly, we're focused on the need to transform the food system, which does account for 1/3 of all global greenhouse gases. And we want to see that transformation to one that is both just and operates within the planetary boundaries. And from our perspective, looking kind of within transformation of the milk category, we focus on 3 areas: taste, narrative, policy. So firstly, we have the climate solutions, but to really drive systems change or to drive that shift, we obviously, when it comes to food, people choose food because it tastes delicious and it's nutritious. And so obviously one core part of Oatly's mission is to make sure that we produce food that tastes amazing, and we drive like that sort of taste movement, which we're doing right now with these really fun signature drinks. But then moving on to kind of influencing narratives and trends, it was really interesting. I heard the other day someone say, and it's probably not new, but it's new to me. Someone said cultural change comes before policy change. And we need both, right? But humanity can't wait probably for policy change when it comes to food system transformation. So at Oatly, we're really focused on how can we use our voice and our brand to tackle misinformation out there and also influence positively culture and food environments, as well as normalizing plant-based foods, and then making it more easy and desirable for people to actually switch and eat more plant-rich diets. And then, of course, we do need policy reform. Within the food system, we need food policy to be aligned with climate policy and vice versa. And here we can't do that alone. So for us at Oatly, I mean, it's all about focusing on partnerships and collaborations to challenge those outdated norms, break down regulatory barriers, and push for fair market conditions, so that we really can see that systems change towards plant-centric food system.
Thank you. We're going to spend the last section of this conversation on narratives. We have had a lot of doom and gloom narratives throughout this year, but I think in this type of conversation we find pockets of the future. So I want to talk about what is the narrative that you think, or the narrative switch that you think can enable the transition or accelerate the transition. If starting with you, Louisa.
I think one is going back to industrial competitiveness, and if we take the steel industry again in Europe, that the last time a steel plant was built in Europe was 50 years ago, which means that any steel plant that would be built in this day and age, regardless of it having a green profile or not, is going to be more energy efficient, more modern, more embedded with AI, IoT. So it's also just a matter of efficiency. And then which comes back to resource efficiency. It comes back to energy efficiency. It comes back to thinking about circularity in how you're leading your production. All of which is good business, because the alternative is to create new things all the time. And so I think I still think that the narrative of decarbonization is the fundamental one. I think that is why we are fundamentally doing what we're doing. I hope that the narrative shift that's been ongoing over the past years, that it's a temporary blip, and that we'll look back on this and say, well, that was just a small roadblock that we all overcame. But I think that there's a lot of themes around competitiveness that are important to bear with us as well. That it's not we're not doing this for charity. This is good business also. It is good, solid business that also happens to be based on circularity and decarbonization. The other is also resilience and resilient supply chains. And again, taking it from a European perspective, when we're looking at supply chains globally and what several challenges over the past years, like COVID, wars around us, have shown, is that Europe as well is a region that needs to think about how we get critical materials, critical food chains in place. And so I think that's another theme as well. But it doesn't go counter. It's not a change. It's it's decarbonization and good business and competitiveness. It's decarbonization, competitiveness, and resilient supply chains.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Caroline. What switch in narrative?
The narrative switch I'd like to really focus on is that climate action is not actually polarized nor politicized. The majority of people on our planet actually want climate action. If we look at the 89% project that has looked into kind of on country level data about what citizens want. And I think what the narrative I would really like to get out there is that people are not the minority, but the majority. The majority want climate action. And I believe that once that clicks and the majority understand the majority want climate action, we'll really start to see a movement again. And as I said, cultural change comes before policy change, and citizens have power to drive a movement and drive forward change.
Fredrika, do you hear us? Yes.
Now I hear you. Good. We lost you there for a while. I so agree with the other speakers on everything from resilience to industrial development and so on. One that I would like to throw in there is the kind of, I'm going to be really meta now, the narrative that there's a narrative. We are hearing clear messaging from some impactful leaders that is being picked up and amplified in lobbying, in media, in a very sophisticated way, which is building the collective illusion that there indeed is a growing resistance towards climate. So coming back to what Caroline said about the 89% project and the very stable research backing the fact that there's a silent majority on climate, we need to really just move on from the narrative that there is a pervasive going back on climate in society. It is not. This is an illusion. And so what we as businesses need to do is that we need to stick to our commitments, continue to be very close to our consumers and our stakeholders and our employees, not to say the least, and really just continue with faith on the road going forward, and not be a part in spreading this type of messaging that I think is really important.
Thank you so much. I was once working very much with storytelling, and what you used to say that is good stories, they need to be told 12 times more than bad stories. So we need to just keep on pushing this positive and constructive narrative. We're concluding now with 3 minutes left, and I wanted to just touch on the leadership that we need. What is the type of leadership that we need to accelerate the transition from now? And please be quite swift, starting with you, Louisa.
I think it's courage to stay the course. We have, as a collective, set an ambition in the Paris Agreement, and now with the narratives that are around there, it's easy to fall back into old patterns or to be unsure of whether or not this is the right way. So we need our leaders to have courage and keep going.
Very good, thank you. Over to you, Fredrika.
We need leaders who can stand up to bullies right now, who are very convinced and authentic in their leadership and the values that they stand for. We need. I was so proud of our CEO standing on stage at one of the world's biggest automotive industry. Being the sole leader there who said that we're all in on electric cars, we will not do hybrids. That is the type of very clear and strong leadership we need today. That's what I think.
Thank you. Caroline.
We need brave, radical optimists. We have the science. The majority of citizens globally want climate action. We have the solutions. We need to act together.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank you, all three of you, Louisa, Caroline and Fredrika, for being those leaders and showing that leadership, driving climate solutions and creating the new rising economy, and also inspire and say to everybody out there that are listening, these are the companies that you should look for, you should work for them, you should invest in them, you should buy from them, and you should just invite them in all the rooms and in your supply chains. Thank you from us here at COP, and looking forward to see you again.
Thank you very much.
So welcome to a new session here on We Don't Have Time, Breaking Silos for Net Zero Energy, which will be hosted by myself, Nick Nuttall, and Anna Hall, or Anna Hall as you would say in English, but it's Hall I think in Swedish.
That's right.
Something like that, yeah. Who's Head of Public Affairs at the Energy Division of Alfa Laval, a long-standing partner with We Don't Have Time and a very familiar company to our viewers. Okay, so welcome, Anna. We're always happy to team up with you at Alfa Laval.
Thank you so much, Nick. And likewise, looking forward to this.
Around the world, the energy transition is increasingly defined not by individual technologies or sectors, but by breaking down silos and start thinking and acting at a systems level. Anna, this is quite a shift, isn't it?
Indeed, it is. It really is. New paradigms are emerging where traditional boundaries between industries, public utilities and other actors are displaced by partnership and cooperation, allowing waste streams, infrastructure and innovation to unlock new efficiencies. One example is data centers, which electricity use could actually double by 2030. So how do we turn these challenges into opportunities?
Aha. So that's the big question. And in this session, we will bring together perspectives from the energy sector, industry, tech and policy to examine how breaking down silos is necessary to align innovation and infrastructure for a sustainable, interconnected future. First, we will look at three very different examples where cross-organization collaboration is reshaping the path to a net zero. So let's introduce our first guests for this session, shall we? They are Mikael Gullberg, who is coming from the magic of Zoom, I think. Oh no, from our Stockholm studio. He's the project manager at Stockholm Exergy. We've got Isabella Kemlin, who's a business and innovation executive at RISE, which is the Research Institutes of Sweden. Also on the magic of Zoom, and another person on the magic of Zoom, Lola Wotzel, maybe I'll have to get her to pronounce that better than me, managing partner at Global 6. And yes, let's go over to Michael in the Stockholm studio. Are you with us, Michael? Let's have a look. Yes, he is. We can't actually hear Michael just right now, so maybe somebody could give him a voice. It's been taken away from him. Michael, can we hear you?
Let's see now. Maybe you can hear me?
Oh yeah, perfectly. We've got you. Good stuff.
Nice.
Okay, it should be women first, but Michael, we're doing it differently now, so it's over to you. Let's start with you. Stockholm Exergy is the largest energy company in Stockholm, Sweden, and also co-owner of Stockholm Data Parks. Now, tell us about the groundbreaking collaboration you have with actors to make sure Stockholm uses its waste heat from its data centers. Did you get that? Super. Over to you.
Yes, I did, and thank you very much for the question and the invitation today. So just to start off, yes, I'm located in Stockholm. I work at the local energy company, Stockholm Exergy. So we provide district heating to the Stockholmers, and by different types of combustion and recovery of heat in the region. And back in 2014, we started to think about industries and specifically data centers. How can we retrieve the excess heat from data centers located across the Stockholm region, basically? So back at those times, there was a lot of focus on how can we do this in a profitable way for both us, the energy utility, as well as the data center operator. So we started some minor pilot projects with different smaller scale data centers here in the region, and it turned out that there was a little bit of a challenge to get it going, but we could find, we found a solution, and we found a suitable business model, and we found the profitability both for us and for the data center operator. So then we decided, or we thought about how can we improve this, how can we take it to the next step. And that was back in 2016, 2017, when we had the discussion with the city of Stockholm, as well as the local grid operator, Ellevio, the local IT infrastructure operator, Stokab, and a Stockholm business region. How can we together attract data center operators to Stockholm and like broadcast Stockholm to both Europe and the world, basically, because we have good conditions here in Sweden and in Stockholm for data centers. We have relatively cheap electricity with a green profile. So then the group Stockholm Data Parks was formed with the unified goal to make it more simplified for data center actors across the globe to reach out to Sweden and to have a one-stop shop, basically, for all the infrastructure questions related to building a data center close to a major capital like Stockholm. So the overarching goal was to collect all important infrastructure companies in one place, and to simplify it for the data center actors. And of course, it was sometimes rough, and it was not something we haven't done before. But I guess we started back in 2017, and now in 2025, in Stockholm Data Center, which is Stockholm Data Park, which is a region just north of Stockholm. All the sites are now have a data center. They are all not built yet, but at least all the areas are occupied and soon to be built. So we have managed to reach out to data center operators, and they will all be like contributing with heat recovery to our district heating grid. And I would say like the most important thing was to be able to broadcast Stockholm Data Parks to the world, was to like combine the city, Stockholm Exergi, the grid operator, the IT infrastructure, and remote, like Stockholm to the world, and promoted the concept of Stockholm Data Parks. That was the most important thing, to get the word out and to have a one-stop shop for questions. And that is what I think like others can learn also for future similar collaborations, to form a unified group of infrastructure operators. So just to simplify for companies and data center actors to step into a new market or a new region.
Yeah, really good, Michael. That's great. Just a quick follow-up question. Two things, by the way. Take your microphone and put it very close to your mouth when you're speaking. It's really handy. Don't let it slide down to your navel. And the other thing is, we want to hear a little, just briefly, about, this is an extraordinary story, right? You actually welcomed the data centers into Stockholm. You decided it was going to happen anyway, so make an opportunity out of it. This is what I get out of the message. And what is the fundamental principle, do you think, that others can understand from what you've actually done? What is the overarching, thought, in a sense, that people should hold in their heads when faced with data centers? What is it we can achieve with them? Just give us your overarching, what can others learn?
So I would say the two most important things. One, there has to be like a solid business model, both for the data center operator as well as the energy utility, so that you go in with a mindset from both parties that we want to achieve this, we want to do this, and it's something that is going to be financially stable for both parties. I think that is one like clear message. And then if you are planning to construct a data center in a certain region, like you need to talk to you need to have a point of contact early on in the process, because the earlier we get in contact with a potential new data center that is forming in the Stockholm area, it will simplify. We can tell them basically where can we extract the heat from this data center, which sites are not feasible, which are. So early discussion, early dialogue, both with, in this case, the energy utility, and is essential basically to have a solid and smooth project, I would say.
We've just got a little bit of time. Are these data centers actually taking as much energy as you expected?
So I guess it depends on the type of data center, right? So they have varying types of customers, the data centers. So it depends on what type of customers the data center have. So sometimes the data centers customers are perhaps not using all the available space in the data centers that we projected, and in other cases they are expanding their operations and bringing in even more IT power. So it has been going both up and down from what was initially planned. And that is something we try to adapt when we form the collaboration together. That it will vary over time, and we need to prepare. We need to have some flexibility. So when we connect the data centers, we make sure that we can adjust for varying volumes over time.
Good. Thanks, Michael. Yeah,
let's continue here. And Isabelle Kamlin, thank you so much for being with us here in Belém today. You have been a long time in the data center business. This is your world. You are the Business and Innovation Executive at RISE, the Research Institute of Sweden, but you're also a board member of the EUDCA, the European Data Center Association. And yes, indeed, we are living in an AI boom, which is driving a rapid global build-out of data centers. We see it all over. But AI is also potentially an energy-consuming monster, some people call it. So how do we double down on energy efficiency while building out the booming data centers?
Well, hello, and thank you for having me. Well, I think we must build the future of AI and data infrastructure while we're designing the systems that make it sustainable. And we need to do it, and the previous speaker was just touching upon it, through deep collaboration, through system thinking, and to shared standards that ensure energy efficiency, security, and competitiveness. I definitely see that we're living through this AI boom that is reshaping everything from how we work to how we power our societies. And yes, AI is energy hungry, but I think the real challenge is just not only technical, it's also systemic, because we're running and drawing the map at the same time as we're running. And if we are to succeed, we really must work together across sectors and borders and disciplines. So first, we need system thinking from city to global level. So in Stockholm, with these great examples, data centers are already part of the urban energy loop, feeding waste heat into district heating networks that warm over 30,000 homes. And that's what it looks like when digital infrastructure actually support climate goals. Regionally and nationally, we need coordinated, and he was also talking about this, planning. We also need it like Sweden's electrification strategy and grid investments to ensure that data centers are sited where they can reinforce and not strain the energy system. Secondly, we need standardization and follow-up. The EU is leading here through the Energy Efficiency Directive, but also through the Climate Neutral Data Center Pact, where over 80 operators have committed to net zero targets by 2030 with third-party audits. And this is not just about promises, it's about accountability. And it's creating a business case actually for efficiency. And we at RISE, we work with the global leaders in the digital infrastructure sector to innovate and test the next generation's technologies to push for solutions which focus on energy efficiency, cutting-edge solutions from power into the data center to the cooling and the power technologies and the system solutions in the actual data center, as well as heat reuse applications, with the focus to decrease the energy use extensively. And these are actually competitive advantages. Thirdly, I would like to say that energy security must be front and center. So data centers, most of the data centers can't just go offline, but we can help to stabilize the grid with smart controls, on-site renewables, battery storage, shift demand, absorb maybe surplus power, and even support frequency regulation. And this is how resilience is actually also built into the system. And finally, we must ensure affordability and competitiveness. So efficiency reduces operating costs. Heat reuse creates new revenue streams we have seen. And also the circular design lowers capital expenditures. So the more we collaborate between tech, energy, cities, and policy, the more we unlock these synergies. And so how do we actually double down on energy efficiency while building out our booming data centers? Well, the answer is that we need to do it together. We align innovation and infrastructure, we break the silos, and we make sure that every watt is which powers AI is part of a sustainable and secure and a competitive energy future. So there are so many things that are ongoing, but I think the urgency is here and now. We cannot wait and wait and wait for making it happen. We need to do it now.
Interesting. Thank you so much. And I mean, I hear you say collaboration, standards, energy efficiency is really in the core of this, and also to do it together, collaborative throughout time. And the technology is developing as we speak, I hear you say, and also that you are running and drawing the map in the same time. But how do you make sure that you spread this knowledge if you're running and drawing the map in the same time?
Well, I think ways of sharing, for example, our industry is very much gathering from time. We have been a little bit of a secret industry that, we live in different corners that no one wants to really say, but we actually meet in different conferences where we share. But I think the importance there is also not just that our industry meet, but the way that we're working, for example, with the European Data Center Association right now, together also with the grid owners, where we have an informal project ongoing, which is overseen by the EU Commission, where we need to work more closely together on grid integration, because we still have, it's not the for and against, because we actually have two common goals. One, free up more power, and two, make sure that things never ever go down.
So add more power, that will be a crucial part. But how do they make sure that the data centers does not add to the climate crisis? Just really short on that one.
Well, I think to prevent from data centers from adding to the climate crisis, we must build multi-level collaborations. Again, from the city planning to global standards, so that energy sourcing, heat reuse, and infrastructure design actually are aligned across sectors and borders. And yeah, it's not just about what kind of energy powers our data centers, it's how we need to work to make sure that the energy is clean, efficient, and climate aligned. Because this is the challenge. No single actor can solve this challenge alone. So it really starts. We're very local, but we're also extremely global. So we need to think locally and act very locally. For example, as was mentioned earlier, in Stockholm, when someone wants to establish, they need to knock on the door very, very early to work together. And the same thing what's happening right now, if we look more on an international level, maybe we can hear something a little bit later about China's Data West computing strategy. But we also see that where you are right now, in Brazil, green data center initiatives are emerging in regions with strong hydroelectric capacity. And in India, the government is pushing for data centers to co-locate with solar parks to reduce grid stress and carbon intensity. And we need those global forums like the one that you're luckily attending today, COP30, but also other global forums where we look at harmonizing standards and also sharing the solutions. And whether it is, as in our case, looking at liquid cooling or AI-driven energy optimization, these innovations also needs to be shared across borders. But we work very closely also with different parties to bring them together in the whole value chain. So the real answer is, again, collaboration from city councils to international regulators. We must really break those silos and build partnerships to embed data centers into the energy ecosystems.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Isabel, for that. Interesting indeed.
Very interesting indeed. And now we're going to go over to Lola. Lola, hi. I don't know if I mangled your last name when I introduced it, but I'm going to have another go. Is it Wurzel?
You can just go with Wetzel. That's fine. No
Okay,
problem.
all right.
Pretty good.
Thank you very much. And you're the founder and managing partner at Global Six, a global partnership specializing in the planning, financing, and execution of urban development projects at scale. You're also a visiting professor, and this is an interesting angle here, at the Global China Studies and Business at New York University in Shanghai, where you've lived for many years. So welcome. I used to be a visiting professor at Tongji University, so I know Shanghai a little bit. Let's start in China and its rapid electrification, energy efficiency implementation, and build out of renewable energy. Looking at the China new 5-year plan recently announced, there's a whole new way of implementing a dynamic energy system with virtual power plants. Can you tell us about this, and what does it actually mean?
Well, I think essentially we're talking about storage and dynamic pricing. Essentially, they're making it attractive for low-cost energy producers to overproduce during periods of relatively lower costs for them to do so, and then sell it back to the grid at periods of demand. So it makes money for the energy-intensive producer. Think steel plants, cement plants, anything electricity intensive, and it takes pressure off the grid. And this is enabled by storage capacity at the producer site, at the industrial facility. So today, China's aiming to have approximately 180 gigawatts of energy storage by 2027, which I think would be more than the rest of the world put together. And a fair chunk of that is in this type of a virtual power plant or storage, which is essentially located at the site of the producer. So.
And I mean, it just seems to go on and on and on with China, doesn't it? I mean, it's unstoppable what's happening. Europe, the US, other regions, they seem to be struggling to modernize their grids and energy systems. I mean, actually, I did talk to the DG of Energy at the Commission this morning and asked what was happening with grids. She said, well, it's moving a bit faster now, so maybe there's some positivity there, but I think there's been some real headaches. And at the same time, we've also set these very tough goals, you know, in Dubai at COP28 to double improvements in energy efficiency and to triple renewables. So by 2030, will these targets be easier to reach in China, do you think? I mean, are they going to trailblaze forward on this? And if so, why? Again, is it because of investment?
Well, generally speaking, people who are in front are there because they run faster. And so, yes, I think China will continue to accelerate its technological progress because of both the capacity to do so, the innovation capacity, the integrated value chains. When I graduated a few years ago from university and I was listening to the roll call of electrical engineering graduates, I could count on the fingers of two hands the number of non-Chinese names. And so we all knew that the next generation of engineers was going to be Chinese. We just didn't know where they were going to work. And now they do appear to be working in China. And so, yes, this is a country which graduates hundreds of thousands of engineers every year. So I think it's that capacity plus the demand. China produced over 10,000 terawatt hours of electricity in 2024, which was the amount of the United States and the EU and India combined. So in this case, we should be thankful that the single largest producer and the single largest consumer is aiming to have 40% renewable energy by 2030. So that's you know, that is a tribute to their recognition of the climate challenge and of their capacity to execute. And of course, finally, they believe that the solutions that China develops will be appropriate for a global market. So the idea, if you want, from the Chinese perspective, is they would like to win climate change.
Yes. And lastly, I mean, we're talking more generally here, but energy efficiency in China, is that a big deal?
We're getting better. I would say that it hasn't been at the forefront, though. For the first few 5-year plans where this came up, China relentlessly missed its targets. And then they got a bit more serious about it. And as a result, every large state enterprise, which are in the heavy end of things, typically steel, cement, has been better at that. I think China generally has set energy intensity goals, which is simply to say that they intend to continue to grow. They will not allow their economic future to be held hostage, if you will, but they do have these goals about reducing or becoming more less energy intensive every year.
Right.
And of course, they achieve absolute peaking already. So we think it's peaked now.
Yeah, we were just talking earlier today about some countries promise the Earth with their national climate plans, their NDCs. Others promise very modest ambition. The ones that promise the Earth don't seem to make it, and the ones that promise modest ambition tend to overachieve. China tends to be in that camp, doesn't it? So, yeah, very interesting. Okay, stay with us. Yeah, over to you, Anna.
Yeah, no, just thank you for sharing your insights, Lola. It was very valuable. So now, please stay on for the panel. We will be right back.
Excellent. Thank you.
We are now in our second half of our session, Breaking Silos for Net Zero Energy. We will now focus on policy dialogue for accelerated implementation of energy efficiency solutions and energy solutions in a broad scale.
So let's introduce our great panelists. They will help us dig deeper into this. We have still on Zoom with us Lola, the managing partner at Global 6. On the magic of Zoom, also coming in from Brussels, I think it's Brussels, is Aero Elio, policy advisor on energy transition and local governance at the European Commission's Directorate General for Energy. And here in the studio, we have Michael Melin. He's Director of Partnerships and Development, Sustainable Energy for All. And Thomas Müller, who's President of Alfa Laval's Energy Division. Thomas, very nice to see you here again. Let's maybe go to Thomas. Yeah, let's start first with you. Okay. Yeah, some reflections on what you've heard from the speakers is always handy.
Yeah, first of all, 3 great keynotes. I so much like when we get the concrete examples of somewhat difficult stuff. The Stockholm case was a clear example of sector coupling, which we are talking so much about, but it's so difficult to get going. But here we get a concrete example of how to do it. And of course, data centers. I'm taking with me the importance of early planning. So before we have a data center with some heat recovery opportunities, let's discuss where to put them and really do the planning at a very early stage. And then, of course, China. I mean, unbelievable how they are taking the front runner position for the whole energy transition. And I think Lola explained that very well. So, yeah, great keynotes. Look forward to discuss these topics more.
Yeah, you don't think of communist countries as being competitive, but in this case, they're setting the race, aren't they? And we have to try and compete with this, which can only be a good thing if we can pick up our game. Yeah, exactly. You mentioned data centers there. They're driven by massive growth, cloud expansion, AI workloads. I sometimes wonder what's going on with the AI workloads, but anyway, we can't go there. The energy consumption for data centers is rising. In your view, Thomas, what role do they play in shaping a decarbonized energy system? And what is Alfa-Lal's experience working in this field? So I think we're talking about the two sides of the coin here.
Yeah.
Data centers are going to produce, taking a lot of energy, big emissions potentially, but they could help solve some of the problems we have with climate change. So, yeah.
No, it is like you're saying, the high performance data centers or computing, AI, that is really driving massive investments from the hyperscalers especially. And of course here, that is driving a lot of the electricity need in the coming years. Data centers will double up the electricity demand over the next 5 years. So there's of course a demand and supply side of things here. And what we can, the supply is a challenge, but if we reduce the demand somewhat, it will be much more tangible and realistic. But we can also make them much more sustainable or decarbonize data centers by working with the energy efficiency. So if we take data centers, if you have an air-cooled data center versus a liquid-cooled data centers, if you do that conversion from air to liquid, you halve the energy demand.
Yeah.
And you can recover that heat much better with liquid cooling.
Yeah.
And then you can go into heat reuse.
Right.
And then you can, for example, do sector coupling with district heating. So what I like is that the hyperscalers really want to decarbonize the boom and all the investments they are driving. And when they reach out to technology providers like us in Alfa-Laval with the heat transfer technology, we can really make that happen.
Yeah.
So,
Gotcha,
but
yeah.
early planning.
So it's policy, it's technology as well. You need to bring all these things together, yeah?
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Let's turn to Aero. Yeah, all the way from. I'll take this one, and then I think you're going to take Mikhail afterwards.
Yeah, I will.
Let's do it that way. Aero, you work a lot on the city perspective within the European Commission. What's your view on data centers in systems integration? Can you hear us, Aero?
Okay.
What's your
yeah,
What's your view on data centers in systems integration? Systems integration, data centers, Aero.
Okay. I hope you can hear me.
Okay, it could be your Wi-Fi is not so stable. I'll tell you what, we'll come back, Aero. We'll come back. Let's go to Mikhail here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Mikkel,
We'll
let's turn to you then. The booming data center not only consume a lot of energy, but also a lot of water. There are already local examples where farmers are now competing with data centers for water resources, and communities and local companies are seeing their energy bills skyrocketing. What policies is needed to make sure the big shift is part of just energy transition all over the world and not the other way around?
Well, thanks Anna, and thanks Nick for having me here today. I work for Sustainable Energy for All, and we're an organization really working at the intersection of energy, climate and development. And so the North Star of our organization is obviously the pin here. On my left it's Sustainable Energy Goal 7. It's access to energy, it's renewables, it's energy efficiency. It's access to the 700 or so people that don't have access to electricity today. It's also access to the more than 2 billion people that don't have access to clean ways of cooking. Now, it's obviously also a climate play because there is no net zero by 2050 without access to sustainable energy for all. Now, sustainable energy, and that's why we like to put the pin in the middle, is powering development. It contributes to the 2/3 of the development objectives more generically. So coming back to the data centers and how this applies, these are also the fundamentals as we look at it. The data centers, I mean, obviously, as we've heard, need to be powered by renewable, sustainable energy solutions. They need to be climate smart, but they also need to work for all and unlock that economic prosperity and development for all the people where they are deployed. So at Sustainable Energy for All, how we've gone about it, working mainly with countries on the emerging and developing side, is to really come to back to this planning that was raised by Thomas, you as well, and some of the earlier speakers. Because without a plan, there is very little action. So what we do, we focus and we work with governments, country-led owned plans that look at simultaneously at how do we bring about access to energy to the people that don't have it in your country? How do we tap into the productive uses of that energy, including data centers, agricultural centers, etc.? So it's really about integrating these considerations around energy, climate, development, and by having a comprehensive integrated plan, which certainly also needs to include water, that's how action best can be taken.
Thank you. Thanks. Should we?
Okay, well, Eero, let's come back and see whether we can Eero, let's see if we can come and patch you back in. Give it a go. Can you hear me a bit clearer?
Very well now.
Oh, that's absolutely super. All right, great. So what's your view on data centers in system integration?
Yeah, so I think they have a super crucial role, obviously, because of the fact that they are major customers of clean electricity, and therefore you need to bring them into the planning at an early stage. And I think, like many people were speaking already about this idea of breaking silos, going into a more system-based energy system integration. That type of activities. So this is where the data centers are the key, and what we are doing at the European Commission. So we're looking into this from an efficiency perspective. That's one thing. So how to make them operate in the most efficient manner, and that's why we are working on new policies on this. Which look into it's actually part of what we say a roadmap for digitalization and AI in energy. This is something that we're working on, and under this we have activities such as a data center energy efficiency package, which we want to come out in beginning of next year. And here we're looking at things like creating a rating scheme for data centers, for instance, which goes into the different aspects of like energy consumption, but also fairness aspects, like the issue of, I was the other day in Finland, and the TSOs were talking about this as well, the fairness aspect. Okay, data center wants 24/7 stable and clean energy, which is fair enough. That's what we want to give them. But how about the households? How about the SMEs and others? Are they going to suffer from, variability of access and cost issues related to this? So that kind of things have to be taken care of, and therefore we want to very soon open also a consultation of the public, everyone, yourself there, on what type of performance standards, minimum performance standards do we want from all these data centers, so that they don't consume too much electricity. And then one thing, speaking about energy efficiency again, there are innovations which go into the running of a data center. I mean, those memory racks, these huge racks which those centers are full of, they're using extremely old basic memory standards, technology. And even there, if you would change that into newer memory sticks, which are not the kind of latest technology, just flash memory, for instance, you could cut 75% of the consumption. So there are loads of things like that. Therefore, we need to work on that, and we are now working on.
Eero, just pause there 1 second. Eero, can you hear me? Just pause 1 second. We just lost sound from Brussels. But we were getting a lot of your points there, I think. And what was interesting, it reminds me of the old story, London in the 19th century. Everyone said London would be 25 feet deep in horse manure unless action was taken. People wouldn't be able to walk down the street. But of course the motor car was invented, and then the problem went away. So what you're actually talking a bit about is we're still using some old technologies with these data centers, and we could certainly bring the creativity of technology to make them far more energy efficient than they are right now. Is that correct? Can you hear me, Eero?
Yes, that was the point I tried
to
say that. Yeah, they are like using old hard disks that we had in our computers. Whereas, already years ago, we went to flash disks in even in cameras and stuff like that. And now we are way, into next technology. But the data centers are still with these kinds of rudimentary storage technologies. That's just like one example. I mean, we could go and, discuss many other ones.
Yeah, good, Eero, that's great. Thank you, stay with us.
So we're turning to Lola, right? Yeah. So Lola, from now until 2030, China will build out 50 gigawatt of virtual power plants in their new dynamic grid. Impressive. That is equal to 50 nuclear reactors. First of all, what is virtual power plant? And then tell us a little bit about what China's massive undertaking and what the rest of the world can learn from this system approach.
Could we have some sound in the studio, please? Thank you.
That was my fault, my bad, sorry. So the Chinese electricity profile is a lot more industrially oriented than it is in Europe or the EU. And so typically a large portion of both consumption and production is for industry and often takes place in industrial parks and clusters. And so what I think this shows is the value of planning those clusters in such a way that they can coordinate their energy supply and demand. And that allows them, as I said to before, the peak, they build to the peak, but then on the off peak, they have plenty of time, plenty of storage capacity to sell back to the grid. So this is a bi-directional grid. So the planning of this grid is based on the principle that these producers will sell back to the grid. And that of course, then ultimately allows the grid to be more efficient with its own capacity profiles. So that's at the local level. And there's one other twist, of course, is that China has also invested in what we call ultra high voltage transmission lines, which is ensuring that the electricity that is in fact being produced and sold back and forth is renewable, because those ultra high voltage lines are coming from the renewable energy bases, which are typically not where the industry is. They're typically quite a distance away in the desert, somewhere off in the north or the west, or sometimes a bit of offshore. So it's the combination of the long distance transmission, which is ultra high voltage, which is something that China's really taken to industrial scale, and the local clustering of production, which allows you to create these networks at the local level. That's what China is showing us.
Interesting.
Good. Eero, we just wanted to ask you a little bit, Eero, about the EU on this. I mean, could Europe do some of these things similar to what China's doing? Are we doing something similar to what China's doing? What might happen if we don't step up our game? This is a very dynamic world that we're in right now.
Yes, well, certainly we're working on a lot of these kinds of innovative solutions and using some of the funding sources we have, like Horizon Europe and the LIFE program to fund that type of activities. But I think one example is, for instance, if we look at renewable energy in this case, and these kinds of transmission lines. So they're, the use of direct current transmission from the offshore wind parks to the continent and beyond, so that we could actually save on the losses. That's an example of a technical thing which we are working on internally. Some other various types of innovation related to this. Then on, if we go a little bit to the data part still, so it's the interoperability of data sharing. That's the kind of activity that we are investing heavily on, because we want to make these kinds of services which are based on data exchange. So we want to make them easily accessible to consumers, and then also create business for the make it easy for businesses to create services around that. And that's where you want to make energy sector to work together with transport in the logic of energy system integration and so on. So there you have a lot of that happening. And then there are a number of other innovation areas which go down into energy efficiency again. materials and so on, because obviously this is we have to we have an interest in trying to find take the most out of energy efficiency solutions, because that help us then scale and count how much generation we need, sort of green energy, renewable energy, and then after that can give us an idea on how to handle waste management, for instance, if we these kinds of other sectors. There's a kind of a pecking order. That's why we talk about energy efficiency first, and we're looking at how we can get those solutions which are out there, actually deploy them, because a lot is available and just is not deployed. That's why we published this publication on energy efficiency that you showed yesterday. So we did this together with our Solar Impulse colleagues, and where we published a 10-point plan on what to do on energy efficiency and so on. Many things.
Yeah, good, Eero, thank you. Thomas, so let's talk a bit about the transition. So from your perspective as Alfa Laval, how do we make this whole big energy transition work to actually deliver not just on the data center challenge, but also on energy efficiency generally? And what about the developing countries? I always think about them, and yeah, we'll come back to you in a minute, Mikael.
Yeah. I think the global energy transition is not really happening. I think it's much more regionalized than just a few years back. It's not long time ago we had the European Green Deal, and people were saying, well, what does it matter when the greatest polluter in the world is not taking any actions? We had the Inflation Reduction Act that is also put on hold. But China is really driving the global energy transition now. They are fixing the global numbers with the impact they are doing. So when we had the triple up on renewables, that is happening on global scale, and it's China doing all of it. And I was in China last week, and it's just so impressive to see how the long-term planning, how the demand activation is happening, and not only renewables, also the hard-to-abate sectors, how there is such a concrete plan for each area. Just take steel. They have a breakdown of steel industry, how they will take that year by year to first peaking and then to decarbonization. So it's really encouraging, and that gives a lot of hope for me. Then, of course, as Alfa Laval, where we want to be an energy transition leader on the technologies we are representing, we need to be where things are happening. So we are, the last 4 or 5 years, we have increased our activity level a lot in China, and we'll continue to do so, because that is where the learning curve is. That is where the bending the cost curve is happening. We have demonstration plants, full-scale plants, and China will be an exporter of electrolyzers. They will be green chemicals. They are already solar, wind, and batteries, and they are just taking the lead on all these areas, which matters to us both as a company, but also as from a Mother Earth perspective. So I really hope that the other regions will also catch up, and I know there is a lot of good discussions happening in Europe. So let's make that happen. I think when it comes to energy transition, where we are really falling behind also in China is on the energy efficiency side. We want to double down on energy efficiency, so we should go from 2 to 4%. We are far from that. It's actually worse than it was 3 years ago. Right. And especially in the industrial side, we are not making things happening. And if we just take 1% of energy efficiency gain in Europe, it means we can import 2.6% less gas. So I think the energy efficiency speaks to competitiveness, it speaks to energy security, and we need to get the energy efficiency going on scale. And part of that is electrification, but there are many other areas, sector coupling, etc. And here I think still Europe can take the lead.
Mikael, is that how it's seen at SE for All, that some parts of the world are progressing in many ways? I mean, Europe is progressing in some ways, yeah? It's not all bad, Thomas, but that China's just ripping forward and leaving the rest of the world behind. But I mean, is China going to provide the renewable energies and the energy efficiency technologies for Africa? Is that where Africa's going to have their transition? I think it's already starting, isn't it? I mean, tell us a little about just what you think is looking on.
Yeah, no, thanks for that question, Nick. I mean, it's clear, like the data centers, I mean, also now focusing on sub-Saharan Africa is one of the key drivers of electricity consumption in the years to come. And what's encouraging to see, obviously, that there's quite a bit of investments going into building data centers in sub-Saharan Africa as well as South Africa, Kenya. I just read about Nigeria. But what's very important to us at SC4All is obviously that there's that local content is a solid foundation of everything we do. So it's really about building capacities, providing jobs, business opportunities locally, so that it's not only that you'll have the African markets being consumers of something that is being, generated from their ground to a cloud somewhere else, but really that they can be part of this overall value chain from producing these solutions, getting them out there. So jobs, skills, local business, and that obviously is a virtuous circle, bringing revenue to the country as well. Again, provides.
So when you say Kenya, of course, I feel very happy about that, because I know they have a surplus of green energy from geothermal, wind power, and from solar. When you say Nigeria, I'm a little bit more anxious, because the big green transition hasn't really happened, because, to quote somebody else, they have the curse of oil, right? So it's maybe a mixed thing, but
yeah, no, I mean, certainly it is, and I mean, sustainable energy, I mean, the core of our mission is really looking at all the solutions, not only the larger scale solution like geothermal, hydro, or nuclear in Finland, but it's really looking at the opportunities of also having technologies that are readily on the shelf and innovations around them to deploy decentralized solutions, larger scale solar, mini grids backed up with battery backup solutions, so those are also equally applicable, and it's an opportunity for countries like Nigeria to transition directly into those more decentralized solutions.
When you ask about the cooling question, Anna, I think that's worth asking. It moves things on a bit. It's the second question, Anna. I think that's a good question, the cooling one, technology.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. So technology has made it possible to create cooling out of heat. As the world heats up, this seems like a good solution for cities and a good business case for companies. What is your view on this? Thomas, do you have any reflections on that? Creating cooling out of heat?
Yeah, so of course I think the good thing is there's so much innovation going on in between the heating and cooling, and of course you can use the absorption chiller to actually create cooling out of that waste heat, right? But there are many other ways where we can do the bridging. There's also organic ranking cycle where we can turn waste heat into electricity again. We have industrial heat pumps coming big time, where they can boost low-grade heat to actually valuable heat, also for the industry. So I think this whole innovation around the heat opportunity and cooling, we are in the heart of that, as of course as a heat transfer company, and I'm excited about it.
The panelists out there, is the energy involved in cooling the world becoming rapidly more of interest to policymakers and governments? Do you see that, Eero?
Yeah, very much. It's we used to talk much more about the heating side. It's probably this kind of like a northern bias, but now the cooling, obviously, for obvious reasons, because of the climate change advancing, so has become a major issue, and therefore I work a lot with cities, and there I see super interesting solutions which are tested on that. I mean, Vantaa in Finland is one example where they're looking at these kinds of, how to take indeed waste heat, how to turn that into cooling, also for industrial purposes, how to, store things, store renewable energy, use it for both heating and cooling. And I think there's just one thing: the air conditioning. I mean, it would be kind of crazy if, with the climate warming up, now that if we are like deploying more and more fossil fuel powered air conditioners just to keep us cool inside, and then actually worsening the climate impact. So that's something we really have to avoid. So that's one reason why we're also like working on things like the energy efficiency of equipment, typical eco design, of cooling equipment. But I think it's very interesting
point.
what's being
Good point,
said
Eero.
about
Good point. Yeah, we have to make sure the energy efficiency is absolutely fantastic, or else we're just going to spill all the waste heat out into the surroundings, which sounds really like a dystopian world, doesn't it? Yeah. Lola, I mean, I've seen things in China with the new buildings they put up there, where they kind of model the way wind blows through cities to actually cool buildings with high-tech windows that open up when the wind is blowing and even deflect wind in different directions to different buildings. Sorry, it's a really crazy thing, but it's amazing tech if you watch it. Maybe you haven't come across that. Okay.
No, it's, I mean, China has, of course, the average Chinese person lives approximately 10 feet higher off the ground today than they did 20 years ago. And so this is what urbanization means. So you're literally, rising. And so, of course, with these buildings, the average life of a building in China is around about 25 years right now, which these are all new builds. The life in Europe is about 50 years at this stage. So it just, again, reflects the recency of it all. And so, yes, you put in interesting new technology. Some of it works on it. I'm actually a bit more of a fan of the prefab modular sector here. And I'm sure you perhaps have seen the videos of building a 30-story hotel in 15 days. Or I always get mixed up with 15 stories in 30 days, but whichever. It's very fast, and there's a lot of stories. And this is the way buildings should be built. They should be built in factories, and we should be able to make them that much more efficient because we are able to standardize the components, the design, the energy systems, and then we're able to manage it to that standard, which will dramatically improve the efficiency of the building. I totally agree that Europe has probably got a bit of the lead right now, but as China hits scale in the construction sector, which is an incredibly fragmented sector, I think we will start to see some very exciting technologies, both on the management of the building and also on its construction and deployment.
Thanks, Lola. Yeah, good. COP30. We got like 4 minutes left for the show. Quick round robin on that, I think. Mikhail, what do you want to see out of COP40? My God, we are sentenced to 10 more COPs, are we? COP30, Mikhail.
I think we don't have much time necessarily, but we have plenty of solutions readily on the shelf. And so it's really all about deploying that. It's showcasing real action on the ground rather than speaking about this in theoretical terms and about clauses in agreements, etc. But I think what we really need to see is now the action. So I think that's certainly something that the COP30 presidency also prioritizes, because at the end of the day, it's seeing, it's believing. And when people start seeing these solutions being deployed, be it in China or be it cooling turned into heating in households, etc. I mean, that generates hope and that generates action and replicability across the board.
Thomas?
Yeah, I don't have so much hope as I had previous years on creating a global alignment on targets. I think there are simply too much forces driving in different directions. So I'm much more of a believer in coalitions for willing. So the countries that want to do something and the private sector that want to do something, let's meet up and move things. And that's what I feel is happening. And if I just take the European Commission, if I look at the level of dialogue we have had between the private sector and the European Commission during the last year, is on a completely different scale or level than some previous years. So I think the policymakers and the private companies are also working much better together in a number of regions. So coalitions for willing, and that will drag in more and more people as we go along. But having a global aligned targets and a movement, I'm less optimistic on that. And maybe we don't need that. We can make things happen in coalitions.
Lola?
I think that I likewise am a little skeptical about the possibility of total global alignment, but I've always felt that adaptation never quite gets its fair share at COPs. And I mean, that may be because we all started off with mitigation and we thought we were going to solve the problem. But I mean, I don't think we're going to get out of it without actually some temperature rise. So first of all, I think we're going to have a much more balanced conversation going forward about how do we adapt as well as how do we mitigate. And then secondly, I agree, I don't think this is as much about agreements as it is about awareness. And if we create awareness about the solutions, then arguably COP will start turning into something that looks a lot more like a trade show, which would not be a bad thing. And so where we start to really understand where every country is in its technological development stage and what we can learn from each other. And that, I believe, would be very productive.
Eero, we're giving the last word to you from the Commission.
Thank you. Well, I would very much line with what Lola just said. I think this trade show idea is a very good one. And I mean, I would hope that we could sort of make science great again here, borrowing the line that you have in your caps, Nick, and then sort of like get a confirmation also on that we want to stay on the course of this kind of a clean energy transition. So I think that kind of confirmation would be good and important to have. And then if I talk about science being so important to sort of justify all of this, so I think in our communication we should still try to get to a much more sort of a easier to understand approach towards the large audience people. And show that, okay, this transition actually makes business sense. It does create jobs. So go away from this kind of scientific jargon that nobody understands except the scientists. I know big respect to them. So that type of thing, make this into something everyday. That makes sense just for our pocketbook. Voilà.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. Anna, do you want to
just summing up, I hear planning, I hear standards, I hear public-private collaboration. I mean, not just talking about it, but just doing it. Solutions exist. We can run and draw the map simultaneously, and I think we just need to do it.
Super. Well, thank you very much for everybody being here. I'm sure that the show that went out live to a couple of million people out there, they really enjoyed it and saw it and understood it. Very challenging conditions in Belém, in the studio here, but we got there. Thanks very much for supporting us. Thanks very much for being here. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Yep.
So, welcome to our second episode of a 6-part series in how to double energy efficiency improvements in Europe by 2030. This series, called Energy First, is a collaboration between We Don't Have Time, the European Commission, including its Energy Directorate, and the City Network, the Global Covenant of Mayors. How we heat our buildings. Do we use fossil fuels or do we use electricity from renewables? Do we waste heat or do we fit heat recycling heat pumps and so on? So how we heat our building is going to in many ways define Europe's progress on meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. There's good news. According to a new report published in advance of COP30 by the European Environment Agency, greenhouse gas emissions in the European Union have fallen by close to 40% since 2005. And it believes, does the European Environment Agency, if this trend continues, that there will be even better results and maybe there's a chance of hitting net zero. Who knows? But there is another reality which is emerging, not just the need to heat buildings, but cool them, as temperatures and extreme temperatures rise. So if you live in France or you live in Spain, you know that August this year was sweltering. And indeed, Europe is said to be now the fastest warming continent in the world. Yet, only around 20% of European buildings have cooling systems. So with all the good work on cleaner, energy-efficient heating, could it be all overwhelmed by massive installation of inefficient, highly polluting air conditioning? Who knows? So what do we do as city leaders in Europe? And what do we do across the globe? To deal with these questions about heating and cooling, we have in the studio here in Belém, Mireille, Atala, fantastic, Chief of the Adaptation and Resilience Branch of the United Nations Environment Programme, who among her many jobs today is representing the Cool Coalition. And we also have Eric Piolle, who is mayor of the city of Grenoble in France, who can tell us how his city is handling both heat and cooling challenges in terms of an alpine city in Europe that actually hosted the Winter Olympics in 1968. I remember it well because I was 10 years old and I was glued to the TV set watching what was happening in Grenoble. On Zoom we have, on the magic of Zoom should I say, we have Florian Bonnert, who is co-founder and CEO of Shift Up, and Diana Pretzel, the Deputy Mayor of the city of Mannheim in Germany. Hello, she's waving to us, that's good. And Waltraud Schmidt, Authorized Officer and Head of Energy Department at the Urban Innovation Vienna. So let's go to you, Ruth. I say Ruth because it was going to be Ruth before, wasn't it? My God, nobody changed the script. Mireille, okay, talk to us. The Cool Coalition, what is it? And why is the demand for cooling just going through the roof at the moment?
Thank you very much and pleasure to be here. Well, essentially, the Cool Coalition brings together a number of countries, international organizations, private sector entities, acknowledging the fact that among the 6 sectors that are identified as the key sectors that generate the highest greenhouse gas emissions, cooling is not one of them. Buildings are. Construction is, cooling is not. Yet we have witnessed in the past 2 years have been the hottest years on record, as reported by the European agency. And there's also an increasing demand in terms of cooling all across the globe. And I think Grenoble is a fantastic example because it's one of those places where there will be temperature extremes, both in terms of heat and cold. So a city like Grenoble is going to have to deal with things like more cooling, but also heating, to continue to heat while at the same time starting to cool. And what the Cool Coalition aims to do, first of all, is to draw attention on the issue of cooling and extreme heat being one of the deadliest climate impacts. Extreme heat, well, it's not, there's not a lot of places around the world where heat is reported as being a cause of death, but it is one of the primary causes of death around the world. In particular, we've seen this with several consecutive canicules in France, in Italy, and Greece, and so on and so forth. And so what we aim to do is not only to draw attention on the issue, it's not just an advocacy or campaign approach, it's mostly also also unpacking what practical examples are and how we can beat the heat, which is our new implementation drive that was launched yesterday with the COP30 presidency, has currently 200 cities signed up to it. I hope that Vienna, Grenoble, and others around here will be joining us as well. And it's again a partnership of cities, states, and private sector looking at how to address extreme heat and heat island effect in cities. And we unpack it in very concrete terms. And I'm happy to get back to that a little bit later if you wish.
That's good. That's a good introduction. And the Cool Coalition has been around for what, 3 years, 4 years, something like that?
It was launched at COP28 in Dubai.
COP28 in Dubai.
So it's been on for 2 years. And one of our key star products is a biannual report that is called the Global Cooling Watch. And we just released the one for the first one was issued at COP28, second one was issued now.
Super, thank you very much indeed. I want to say that this series, we're doing a series here on energy efficiency, looking through the lens of obviously issues like heating and cooling with the European Commission and the Global Covenant of Mayors, and also having a look at some of the exciting projects that are happening in Europe under programs such as Horizon and the LIFE projects. So it's really good to have you here, Eric, because you're in a city, in Grenoble, you're a mayor, and you have to make some of these tough decisions. Tell us a little bit, Eric, about the situation in Grenoble in terms of the heating and the cooling, and how are you coming to grips with, in a sense, reducing your emissions and bringing in sustainability to these two challenges?
So actually there is two building challenges, the one which is for housing and the public buildings or collective buildings, which needs to be tackled in different ways, because obviously the challenge for housing is much bigger. First because the challenge is with already built buildings, so it was not planned for neither collective heating or cooling, and so the big challenge is there. What we try to do is to offer, particularly for the cooling side, a solution which is not maybe for the former built houses or collective houses, but more planning refuges for the people in collective public building. And so in terms of heating and cooling, clearly the need for heating is reducing. I arrived in Grenoble in '93, and at that time there was still snow during several weeks in winter time in the city. It doesn't happen anymore at all. And on the other side, we used to have 3 days of canicule heating waves per year in average for the last 2 decades. And now scientists tell us that we'll have around 43 days in 2050. So here there is a clear ramp up for the need for cooling, and that's really where we need to develop strategies to avoid or to reduce, I would say, the installation of personal cooling system that will increase electricity consumption. So that's the framework about the needs, but that's where as well we need to plan challenging the needs themselves, working on efficiency for the solution for the needs, and energy mix. So we need to work on the three area to make sure that we reduce gas emission, but as well reduce consumption and costs of this consumption, and inequality, social inequality facing these heating waves and the need for cooling, as well as challenging this consumerism that is eating our life, clearly.
So I suppose if your challenge is shifting, moving from the heating challenge more to the cooling challenge, one needs to have the latest cooling systems that are less polluting than the older ones, but then they're more expensive, yeah? So is that part of the story?
At the present time, I think when we build new schools, for instance, or kindergarten, we deal with that quite efficiently now to plan for both winter and summertime. When we refurbish buildings, which is our main goal, because what we need to deal with already built buildings, there we still have challenges, so we have targets. But the quality of life after refurbishing is still, I would say, not always perfect. So between what has been targeted and the life experience afterwards. And in terms of the gas emission and costs, we planned when we arrived in 2014 for exiting the gas. So now it's almost done, and it was done just before the Ukrainian crisis war. And on the other side, we implement now PV electricity
solar power
that will cover something like 15% of our needs by 2030, and we have heating collective systems that is already 80% with purely renewable energy, so which is quite efficient. And that's the second largest in France, so it's a good solution. But we still face challenges clearly to expand this network.
Okay, we'll come back to Eric, and let me now turn to Diana Pretzel, in the Deputy Mayor in the city of Mannheim. And is that Mannheim behind you right now? It looks like Mannheim. It looks quite cute, actually. So in the evening, I think we want to go and have a beer there, actually. Diana, every city in Europe and across the world will have similar challenges and opportunities for acting on climate change. And yet every city is a bit unique as well, with its own circumstances. Can you tell the audience about the actions that Mannheim is taking on heating to cut climate-related emissions? I understand by heat pumps as well, maybe bringing water out of the river, but I don't know. You tell us.
Yes, hello from Mannheim, but this is not Mannheim, what you see. This should be Belém, but however, I would love to drink a beer with you, and it's great that you're there and hold the flag up for the cities in Belém. Thank you for that. But what is Mannheim doing? That's your question. We are on our track for a long time already. We have a local Green Deal team in Mannheim, and we have a climate action plan. Do you hear me? You don't hear me at all? The others hear me in the.
I can hear you. Just carry on. Yeah.
Okay,
carry on.
Great. I will carry on. So. We are one of the 100 climate neutral cities from the European Union, so we are one of the model cities. And we have a climate action plan with more than 300 actions to bring into the city and make people doing the transition together with us, because we are very clear that we are not able to do that alone. Yeah, so this is very important for us. For that, we have a local Green Deal team, a team that is working together with the people from the city, with the citizens, but also with the people working in the city, bringing things on the ground. And we already collected also from our companies, because we are an industry city. We collected altogether more than 250 deals already. So people are into the transition. That is, to me, very important, but especially you are asking for the heat transition. We are into that already, and I think we are one of the first cities in Germany, because we are right into this transition already, and this makes more than 40% of our CO2 path towards climate neutrality. So what do? First of all, we have one gift. We have geothermal energy in about 3 kilometers under Mannheim. So this is what we want to use. And we are about to find the place now where this will be in Mannheim, and where we can get out this energy out of the ground. Moreover, we have a heating plan, so everybody knows already when a transition will take place in every single household. Yeah, and we have a system where the warmth is coming to, at the moment, more than 60% of the households. In about 2030, it will be even 75%. So we have already district heating that is helping us so much. And there, what you said is our slug pump. So we have 2 rivers in Mannheim, not as big as the one you see here, because this is Amazonas, I guess, but it's the River Rhine, which is still one of the biggest in Europe. And this helps us to bring from out of the heat of the river, we get heat out and use this for heating of the city. So this works for us, and we built it, the second biggest pump about 4 years ago, and now we are building the biggest one, which is 10 times bigger than the one we have already. So we are really into bringing this into action, and I'm really happy because our local energy provider is on this track together with the city and brings this climate action into the world. And we are, of course, with 51% part of this as a city. And we give this to the people. We give through a one-stop shop. Everybody can be informed about it. And there are more than 2,000 people per year that get this information from our climate action agency. And moreover, the hand workers, the workers in the city are getting through, have a heat transition academy, which is the first in Germany. And they learn how to do this. And they learn how to sell this as well, because they need to receive money with it. And moreover, they earn through this program more than about 30 million euros per year. So the way we are working with them is really efficient, also for everybody in the city. It brings really money into the city.
Right. That's really good. Yeah, just to say that for our audience here, maybe you're not hearing it as clearly, but the audience out there is, so it's okay, so bear with us. It's a bit like acting, you know, you have to, the show must go on, you know. Well done, I heard you very nicely there. Dinah, stay with us. As I mentioned before, part of this series with mayors and with experts is to also showcase these Horizon and Life environment programs. There are so many out there. I don't know how anybody keeps track of them, but they all look really fascinating, some of them. And they have acronyms which somebody deserves a Nobel Prize for creating, because they're so unusual in the way that they've been structured. But these are some of the cutting edge, I don't know, test beds for new ideas on energy efficiency. And presumably, if they work well, then they can be scaled up across Europe and make a big difference financially, technologically, and in all kinds of other ways. So, Waltraud, you're coming in from wonderful Vienna, although your backdrop looks like Belém, so maybe you're just down the road. And you've been involved in a live project called Decarb City Pipes 2050, which has just recently ended. It happened in Vienna and some other cities, you can mention them. But what was the problem that this life project was trying to solve, and has it solved it?
Yeah, it did solve it. The answer is yes, it did solve it for the cities involved, because it comes in on what Diana before mentioned on the heat planning, heating and cooling planning. It was that we in Vienna, we were stuck, and we said we need something, we need proper planning there. In fact, we started in 2000 with the whole project, so it took a bit of time. And we collected and gathered a few other cities, like from Bratislava next to us in Slovakia, but also Dublin in Ireland, and and Rotterdam in the Netherlands, Bilbao in Spain, and Munich in Germany. And Winterthur as the leader, because actually Switzerland is much ahead in the heat transition. And together, actually, the point was we learn together, we build up skills together, and we came up with heat maps like it was described before from Diana, and also with transition action plans on how they actually should be then implemented. And let me just say one word why heat is so much more of a local issue than when we talk about electricity transition. Because heat, we in cities, when they are dense, you have an issue of, or you often have central systems. You have central systems in the buildings, but also central pipes. And this is why we looked at the decarbonization of city pipes. And that's where the planning comes into place, where it's not just because if you want to replace a fossil gas pipe in a street, by a district heating one, then this means digging, this means city planning, and it's not just something where everybody can do as he or she likes. And the other thing is that heat is also, like also Diana said before, a local source, can use local sources like geothermal. And so it's much more a planning that needs to be done really for fully tailor-made for each city, based on what the city has as local resources, and based what the technologies are to decarbonize, and that's what makes it so different to the decarbonization of the electricity grid. And it's our part was just to do the proper planning, and this means to show what you have where in the city. And what also means where would be the parts where a renewable district heating would come, like Grenoble already mostly did apparently, but other cities are by far not there. Bilbao, for example, only started with district heating, had no district heating at all, and you need to find and to declare which technologies go where, or which solutions, centralized solutions versus decentralized solutions. And that's what is done with the heat planning, which is then gives also the clarity, as Diana just mentioned before, to the people if it's really mandatory, which it is not in many situations. That's a German specific situation, or Netherlands as well, but not many countries do have this. Then you know exactly what will come there at what time, and that allows you to plan. And that's the planning security we need for both sides, for all sides actually involved, for the infrastructure provider, for the people who need to prepare their buildings for it, and also for all these professionals who need to do the job. And this is what our where we came up with through the different cities we have who did all the same steps. We came up with a methodology which is quite sound to be replicated by other cities, and that comes back to what you said is a solution, and actually cities like Milano afterwards also already used this methodology to get going.
So Walter, tell us, I mean, in Vienna, you've got some really high targets, right, to actually hit. Do you think you can hit them better now that you've done this, in a sense, mapping of your resources?
It's the basis for doing, and we actually not as ambitious as Mannheim, because we are not among the 100 climate neutral cities. We have only 2040 as our target. Because 2030 we were sure from the very beginning that we won't make it, but 2040 is equally hard to achieve. It's clear. But the more important is to get the dynamics going, and to get because we see where in all the situations where it converges from framework conditions to actions to skills, then we have a chance to get into this exponential growth actually. And for that, we need to get the thing going.
Yeah, the question is, though, is we can't all be like Mannheim, but, you know, the question is, has what you've done under this LIVE project, you know, given you a greater opportunity to actually exceed or at least meet your ambitions? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's out of this came a heat plan, a published heat plan, which is not as tough as the or as enforced as the Mannheim one, but which gives already the orientation we needed, definitely.
Okay, good. Right, let's come now through to our last guest, last but not last. Florian, you and your team, you're part of another European LIFE program project called Street HP Renault. I mean, when I heard that straight away, I thought, is that something to do with Renault cars? No, it's not. And it's not even to do with Reno, which is somewhere in, I think, the United States. So it's another. I don't know who writes these acronyms, but they're really good fun to say. It's testing new ideas on how to fast forward the installation of heat pumps in homes by leveraging the collective bargaining power of entire streets. So Florian, tell us, what did Street HP Renault set out to do, and what has been the results so far?
Yes, sure. And first of all, thanks for the opportunity to talk about this exciting project here. Street HP Renault, as you said, HP stands for heat pumps and Renault is for renovation. So what the project aims at is for making heat pumps more really accepted and also accessible for homeowners. And you know how it is when there is one neighbor in the street who installed a new system, the other neighbors, they start peeking over the fence because they're curious. And we are basically trying to speed up that process a little as part of our project. And thereby we help move whole municipalities to switch to cleaner heating together. And maybe to put that a bit into context, again, I think maybe numbers were mentioned earlier, but in the EU, 78% of all the energy consumed by a household is used for heating and for warm water. So that's really a huge amount. So of course we need to move away from fossil fuels to heat our homes. However, in many regions, maybe unlike Mannheim, there will not be these big district heating networks that could solve the problem for homeowners. And also, at the same time, switching to a heat pump as a more efficient and decentralized solution, it still feels very complicated and it feels very risky also to a lot of people. And there's also a lot of misinformation out there, actually. And that makes people feel very worried about switching to a heat pump because they worry if it works in their old house or if it's actually getting more expensive rather than cheaper. And that's really where our project, Street HP Renault, comes in. Because as you mentioned, we want to make these large-scale rollouts of heat pumps possible through local collective action as a group. So for this, we educate people, we create trust, and we move faster together towards the adoption of heat pumps in a municipality. And in order to do this, we have 14 partners from Germany, France, and Italy working on this project, and also some international organizations such as the European Heat Pump Association and the Energiesprong Global Alliance. And together we have 7 pilots ongoing in cities, and we as Shift Up, we are leading the German pilot projects in cities such as Neustraubling, which is in Bavaria. There is Wörstadt, and there's also the biggest city involved is Munich. And in those projects, things are moving ahead quite nicely.
So tell me and tell the audience. So if you can, instead of one household buying a heat pump in Munich, for example, and you get like 50 households in 3 streets to buy a heat pump and be part of this, how much cheaper could the heat pump be?
Yeah,
Do you know?
that's a good question. That's a good question. Of course, it can't be answered that easily, actually, because there are a lot of factors that play a role here, and also it's going to be quite country specific. In Germany, heat pumps are actually really very expensive when comparing it to neighboring countries. And also you're going to have quite a difference in terms of like the size of the installer that would be involved in a project. You have to imagine if you have a really large installer that would be involved in the project, they're buying already a huge amount of heat pumps, maybe, you know, so the margins that they would get in terms of better prices from the purchasing of heat pumps are relatively small compared to a smaller installer that is buying less heat pumps. But even more important for installers is actually also the fact that you really have these like localized groups of customers. So when you're installing heat pumps, you also create more efficiencies because you can go and do these on-site visits all in the same municipality, one after another. And also when you're then installing, you're creating efficiencies because you can go house by house. And that's actually the point. House by house, yes, but actually going wider than that. And that's where the name also of the project comes from, going street by street and actually even city by city, because the key here is really that the homeowners are not the ones who need to then organize everything and be sort of like lost in this situation on their own. But what we really want to do is help them to organize the switch for a whole municipality or a whole district. And
that's a good point. I think that's a good point because people are nervous about installing heat pumps. But if you've got lots of nice people coming around the street saying, check these heat pumps out, we'll look after you, don't worry about it, then people might go, okay, let's have a go. Yeah, I mean, it's about getting over the anxiety as much as the cost. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's what the whole group is about. So I think, you know, we could
just hold it there, Florin. Just hold it. We'll try and bring everybody back in now because we've just got 13 minutes. Let's come back to our two guests in the studio who have listened very patiently to some very interesting presentations. And Eric, I mean, is it important that cities collaborate with each other on these things? Because some places are doing things which are special. You're probably doing some special things. How do we actually fast forward the connections between cities so that what you do and achieve, you know, can happen somewhere else much faster than maybe it does?
So overall, the purpose for us is to share best practice, and so we do so in terms of network, like ICLEI, for instance. So it's local governments for environmental initiatives. But we want as well to be part of the negotiation. So that's why we're here this time, is to voice clearly the fact that multi-level and subnational negotiations are key, and so we're part of the initiative CHAMP, which is for high ambitions and multi-level and multi-partner negotiation. The fact is, at local level, it's much more. There is much more consensus on what needs to be done because it protects inhabitants and it brings return on investment as well. In Grenoble now, in the last 10 years, we reduce our energy consumption by 40% and the emission by 70%, so changing the mix. So it's a gain clearly for the city itself, municipality itself. And so within the network, we want to be part of the negotiation because we say that funding local level and local communities will help to speed up the energy transition and to do this with less social inequalities, so reducing social inequalities, which is our purpose. So that's what we do, and so we do this through various networks on energy, but as well on food and mobility and on health So health is very good because we connect the energy consumption with local pollution, and so the return there becomes local and not only for worldwide contribution, because at local level people say, okay, we are not at the right scale, we are too small to help. And so when we bring them a return, local return, then they say, okay, it's where I want to be part of the worldwide movement, and it brings something to me, so it becomes easier for us to move.
Mirek, looking at the Cool Coalition, do you find that people are now coming to you from cities and saying, how do we cool? What should we do? What's the priorities? I mean, is this increasingly a question that's being asked?
Yes, very much so. And it actually connects very much to the Beat the Heat Mutirão, the implementation drive that was launched together with the COP30 presidency a couple of weeks ago. And in a couple of weeks, we have roughly 200 cities that have signed up to it, not only to receive experiences on the how-to, but also to share their own experiences. And there's a toolkit, and part of that toolkit is, I think it was Waltraud that mentioned the heat maps. It's, you start with the heat mapping to know where you need to target your investments, what are your most vulnerable communities, is it schools, is it hospitals, is it, where is it, you know? And then the second step is to work on a heat action plan. And the first, and I would like to convey the message that the first objective of efficiency is to suppress the need for cooling. And you suppress the need for cooling by thermal insulation, by retrofitting, by increasing nature-based solutions in cities. One of our partners, Rombol Foundation, was just sharing that by increasing nature coverage and canopy coverage in cities, there's a temperature differential of roughly 10 degrees that happens. And it's like when you get your weather forecast to look at the temperature and the real feel. And the real feel in cities that have invested in green and blue infrastructure is much, much lower under cases or occurrences of extreme heat and heat island effect, and they're much less subject to heat island effect. And lastly, it's that further step of doing efficient cooling with efficient cooling appliances, with district cooling, as Diane was mentioning, and you know, really looking at an assemblage and a multiple layers of solutions that are fit for critical, for specific circumstances as well. And I would like to maybe a shout out for women.
Yes, quick shout out then.
Because there's different needs for different communities, vulnerable or different communities. But really, I think Diane, Waltraud, and myself are part of the women that are suffering from hot flashes, and there are ways, and it's really important to think about who are the communities that you're targeting and what are their needs, because for example, across the cities that we work with, for example in Dakar, it's a different temperature level, right? So it's at 42 degrees that extreme heat or a heat wave is declared in Dakar, at 28 in Glasgow. So it's very, very circumstance and context related, and I think it's important that we keep that in mind and in consideration. Yeah. There's a feel of heat that is also different than the recorded temperatures.
And I know this for a fact because I like going to Crete in Grecian land, in Greece on holiday with my girlfriend. She is German, and she collapses at like 37 degrees or 35, whereas I love it, right? So everybody's different, you know, your physiologies are all different. It's a very important point you raised there. We will actually have a live or maybe Horizon project on the show tomorrow, or maybe it's the day afterwards, which is looking at passive cooling in Spain, and we shouldn't underestimate this, should we? I mean, let me come back to Mannheim. I understand that you are the hottest city in Germany. Is that correct, or?
Absolutely, we are, and but we also have the first heat action plan in Germany, and we really try to bring this into action with a lot of green in the city, and of course also people have to look for each other. There's so much need that you need to see when old people have a problem, then the neighbors should help, also with the very young ones. This is, and for all of them, we have programs and, but also a program of solidarity. But I would like to add some political messages, if I'm allowed
A political message, okay, let's have it,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Because we have to work together. You said this before, the cities, yeah? And we had some cities here visiting us, etc. We are a model for the climate action plan, for the whole European Union, or for monitoring. But this helps, but it only helps if we get funding and if we get the structure that we need. And for that, what do we need? We need to be part of the cities agenda of the European Union, first of all. Second of all, in Europe, we need to be have financing through the MFF, and we need to have help by the member states. That's a part of the European Union. And in parts of what we need from the COP, we really need a framework program for the cities, because we have to sit at the table with the others.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's where the action takes place. Therefore, we need a United Nations framework covenant on climate change for urbanization. That's the most important. And then, of course, better access to funding. That's the most important that we need. So please, please, please try to bring this into action on this COP. Thank you.
So, I mean, that was clear that we need the right kind of framework with the cities involved, you know, at the table, basically, with the governments when they're making decisions. I thought that had been resolved at COP28 in Dubai, because the cities were going to be taken out of the equation. And then we had Mark Watts of C40 come on our We Don't Have Time show, and the head of ICLEI, whatever, saying it was a disgrace. And then next day, then they were back in the outcome. What's happening, Eric? Are the cities being put in and then taken out, and put in and taken out? What's going on?
I don't know. I think on our side we are pushing still. We heard that the presidency of COP this year in his initial message voiced this, so we hope that it will be back. I think we're making progress there. Maybe from time to time countries are pushing cities out to focus on their discussions. I don't know, but I think a way to progress would be really to have this and to have the cities around the table, and maybe there is some differences as well depending on the regions, because there is areas where it is nationally driven, but I would say in the last number, very high number of countries, it is locally driven. So I think there is now in the Champ arena, there is 73 countries that join the initiatives to have multi-level negotiations. So that's where we would like to go, and to find a way to integrate this in the UNFCCC so that it can cope with areas where countries doesn't want to have this because of their national organizations.
Well, we'll have to see what happens at the end. But maybe it's because cities are actually embarrassing the governments, because you've all got higher targets and doing a better job than the state governments, right? Maybe that's the problem. Florian, I'm conscious that we had you last, but Florian, when are you finishing this live project? When does it end, and when will you have the full results?
Well, this project will end in September of 2026. So now we're in the final period, really. We're in the hot period, really, when all of the pilots are also ongoing and the results are coming in. But of course, we aim to continue these efforts. At least from ShiftUp's side, we would love to continue this. And also, we've got a follow-up project called AREC Reno, which would then look into not just heat pumps, but doing this bulk action for all other parts of building renovation as well. And that's also something that then follows exactly right thereafter.
Okay, great work. Thank you very much for featuring it. I want to thank the city of Vienna as well. I'm thanking the energy agency, aren't I, of Vienna, for your great work. And I think you've been to Mannheim just recently as well, haven't you?
Yeah. Yes.
And was that fruitful?
That was very fruitful, and it comes to the point I want to make at the end. Why are these projects also so good? Because several cities together were also during the time influencing EU legislation. And one of the things we managed to stimulate was what is now the internal market for renewables gas, for natural gas and hydrogen. And in there is now an article for decommissioning planning of gas distribution grids. And that article was stimulated by our projects because the one that goes directly with that is that we abandon the right to connect to natural gas, which is still in the legislations. And
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I should have asked you that question because it's so important. This regulation where cities can get off gas, right?
Yeah, and we need a really fast implementation. It's due to be implemented by the member states by 4th of August next year. But that's really calling also on the Commission to be there tough and make sure that the delays are really very minor.
Okay. Well, Trude, thank you so much for picking me up on that and getting that point over. Really excellent. Good luck. Thanks, everybody. We've got to go now. We're just 2 minutes over the timing anyway. Thank you for coping with the tough conditions here in Belém. And great show. And please tune in, if you're a viewer, to Energy Efficiency First on 14 November at the same time as 2 o'clock here in Belém, which is basically 6 o'clock in the wonderful Central European time. And now we go over to friends and partners at the Nature Positive Initiative for the next session. Goodbye, everybody. See you.
Thank you.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Welcome to everyone to the latest in this series of Nature Positive Dialogues, a special series of interviews and live panels from COP30 here in Belém, broadcast by We Don't Have Time in partnership with the Nature Positive Initiative. I'm Gemma Parks, Head of Communications for the Nature Positive Initiative, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this session where we're going to be delving into the interconnectivity between the nature and climate crises and how we need to tackle those crises together for joined-up solutions to really achieve prosperity, well-being, and a genuinely nature-positive transition. This session is on the great mindset shift and what needs to happen in our minds to enable a nature-positive transition. How we need our culture to really evolve to embody the spirit of nature, whether that's from the intrinsic and spiritual aspect as much as the material and economic. And we're joined here today by a fantastic panel. We have Livia Pagotto, who's Institutional Director from the Arapiao Institute here in Brazil. Also Alvaro Almeida, who is co-founder and Latin America Director of GlobeScan. and also Marco Lambertini, the convener of the Nature Positive Initiative. And Marco actually, in addition to this, is a lead author and the commissioning editor of a fantastic book that we published this June. He's holding it in his hands. There it is.
Subtle publicity, but...
Very subtle. Becoming Nature Positive. And this is the agenda that we all need to have. It's a really worth your time to have a read. It's available online, also to download and read for free through open access. So just go to naturepositive.org/book and you'll find it there. We're also super excited to be collaborating with Livia and the fantastic team at the Arapio Institute. And we are launching together with Arapio this week a special Brazilian edition of this book. So it's translated into Portuguese, but with additional chapters by a range of amazing Brazilian experts. And Livia's going to tell us a little bit more about that book in a little while. But first of all, to get into our conversation today, Marco, I'm going to turn to you first. So you wrote in your chapters of this book, Becoming Nature Positive, a section on acknowledging nature's values. And that S there in values is emphasized because of the many multiple ways that nature brings value to our lives. Can you just share a little bit more on the essence of your message on that in the book, please?
Thank you, Gemma. Thank you, everybody, for joining online. So let me just by saying, maybe stating the obvious. And the obvious is that we have been always depending on nature, and that is true today as well. And this is quite intuitive, and I think most people understand that in terms of, if you think of the water that we drink or we use for our industrial processes, by the way, the air we breathe, the food we grow, the wonder materials like timber, minerals that we use in our technologies, in our lives, all this come from nature. And I think it is intuitive. And not to mention also all the emotional dimension, spiritual dimension even, that nature inspired in us over the millennia, centuries, and today as well. But despite all this being intuitive, nature is continuing to decline at the ends of a development model that is considering nature infinitely resilient, a free input in our economy, ignoring the externality, the cost of losing nature or destroying nature. In other words, we have been taking nature for granted. And that's because nature has been, for the majority of our history as a species, as a civilization, so abundant, so powerful, so dominant, so rich, that we never really thought that we would run out of nature, basically, right? And now we are reaching a point which is what I describe in the book as on one hand, a very daunting moment in our history, on the other hand, a very exciting moment. Daunting because today we know. Today we are the most environmentally aware generation of all times. We know better than any time before, and the impact we are having on nature. We know and we understand the great decline on nature at our hands, particularly over the last few decades when we exploded in population, in technology, in industrial development. But also is the exciting time because we understand this is now becoming a threat to us. And so today we know the impacts and we know the consequences that these impacts will have on us, on our society, economy, health, happiness, harmony in the way we see ourselves in the world. And that's an exciting new paradigm shift, mindset shift that we never really experienced before. And so that's what makes me excited about this great moment of the great awakening. Finally, we are beginning to understand that we should stop taking nature for granted, value nature in all its dimensions, including intrinsic dimensions, and take care of it also in our own interest. It's not just on a moral and ethical ground, which I feel personally very strongly about, but also in terms of securing our future. Nature and climate change nature loss and climate change are security issues for humanity.
Yes, absolutely. And it often feels that there's really a disconnect between how people feel intrinsically about nature. People will often say, I love nature, thinking about the ocean or forests or spending time in their free time, or even plants in their homes. But then to change that into actually taking action is something else. And that's what we're really getting into. How do we create that mindset shift that's needed? And I'm going to turn to you, Alvaro, because GlobeScan has just released a super interesting report called on societal shift, which delves into changing attitudes to environmental protection. It's pretty global and representative. You can tell us a bit more about that, maybe, please. But perhaps you could just share generally, what are some of the main findings of that on general attitudes to nature?
Yes, connecting with Marco said, I think this research covers 33 countries and fair distributed around the globe. So it is a good sample of the perception of public opinion around the world. And for us, one key finding is that most people understand that a health economy depends on a health environment, and my individual health depends on both. So it's interesting because health is becoming a kind of connection of the 3 P's: people, planet, and profit. Health is the key element connecting all of this. So I think it's really interesting. It's an opportunity for decision makers and also activists to explore these aspects that unite environment, economy, and individuals. So I think this is the most important insight. And of course, we identify the fatigue of the current message, catastrophic messages around climate, mainly in the global north. So people are disengaged, feeling anxiety, fear related to the environmental news, pessimistic environmental news. Sorry, but this is the reality, right? And the willingness to be engaged is higher in the global south. Yeah, so this is also another opportunity, because in global south there's people have a disposition, despite of the constraints, financial constraints, of course, but people have this disposition to action.
That's really encouraging to hear, I think, isn't it, from those outcomes? Thanks, Alvaro. Olivia, I'm going to turn to you. So the Arapiao Institute works for a fair, inclusive and low carbon future. And I'm sure after publishing this book, there will also be nature positive will be in there soon. It's already in your DNA, I think. Can you share, what's your view overall of nature's values?
Okay, thank you, Gemma, and thank you so much for having me here. Such a pleasure to make part of this conversation. So for us at Instituto Arapiao, we embrace nature in a very comprehensive way, of course. As we work with business, with governments, civil society, and science, we strongly believe that nature must be at the center of all the decisions that we make, and we do that by combining with climate discussions. I don't see nature that much here at COP30, so probably this is a very good point for us to discuss. But then, of course, we are discussing what are the paradigms, development paradigms that we want to pursue, putting nature right at the center of this debate. I was just telling Marco before we went online that here at the Amazon region, if you talk to people, the 3-4 key priorities, they do not include nature. Of course, we are talking about education, health, we are talking about public security, economy. But then again, of course, as Alvaro just mentioned, everything is connected. So if you don't have a good environment, we won't have prosperity for our citizens. So we strongly believe also that Arapiaú has a role in putting different voices in different perspectives all together. This was something that we achieved by translating this book, but also translating the debate for the Brazilian reality. So nature, again, Gemma, becoming something that must be a political commitment of Brazil, of the country that we are, and the country we want to become.
No, absolutely. Thanks, Livia. And, you know, here we are sitting in Belém, right on the edge of the amazing Amazon for COP30. And it's being described as a nature COP, if not the nature COP. But another concept that we hear quite a lot about these days, and related to COP30, is mutirão, this Brazilian concept of collective solutions for common problems, which is super inspiring. It's, I think, a concept of traditional and indigenous knowledge. How can we be inspired by that, and what else can we learn from traditional knowledge?
Maybe I can say some words about it, because in the beginning of this year, very important year in terms of climate discussion and politics, we were reached out by the COP30 presidency to work on the solutions approach, because we know that Brazil is already doing lots of things and we could inspire others, but also give the sign to our countries that we need to do more, even more. That's why we launched a very specific book that brings gives light to solutions in both climate and nature. So because we, as we mentioned here, nature is not so obvious, not so visible for the Brazilian community, I believe in other countries as well. So this is another piece of work that makes our commitment to bringing nature into the decision-making process really concrete.
Yeah, definitely. Anything, either of you, what would you add to that?
Mutirão is an indigenous origin, and the idea is when they needed to do something big, they ask for collaboration of all to make it happen. So this is the idea, and I think it's exactly what we need to solve our climate crisis. So it's a systemic issue, and a systemic issues needs a mutirão to be solved.
Yeah,
I'm just building on what Livia and Alvaro said, but Livia's mentioned that here in the Amazon perhaps that nature is not a priority. Now, I guess it's because people here see nature around them in a big way, so they don't really feel that nature is so under threat. Of course, the more marginal community to the Amazon, the one in the front line of deforestation, of illegal activities, the perception there will probably be different. And so it's all about, the way you experience nature in your individual life. But I think we need to make an effort, all of us, to take also a look at the bigger picture, because nature is local, but it's also connected globally. And climate and nature are interdependent. So there was a beautiful expression, a flap of a butterfly in the Amazon will create an hurricane in Asia. And that to exemplify the fact that actually we need to pay attention to every element of nature everywhere in the world, because everything is connected. And it's not a natural, intuitive and a simple concept to embrace, but it's the one that we really need to make an effort, because I really believe that talking about a nature positive transition, a transition towards a future in harmony with nature, the really first step, and that's why we have this discussion today, has to happen in our mind. Has to happen in our mind in terms of understanding the dependencies, the relationships, and the benefits. Because let's be honest, there was this beautiful book called The Selfish Gene that was talking about, how evolution has forged us to focus on our survival first. And that's why the people here focus on education, on economy, because it's survival. But now we need to actually convince our selfish gene that actually survival is about maintaining the Earth system, the natural system, healthy and productive. That's the most important life insurance policy for our future. And that's what I think needs to happen in our mind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, here we are in COP30. There's the global leaders are here. There's many of global media are here, some of whom I think are watching this session. What would be our message for them? How can we change mindsets to, we all agree that everything is connected. We can't survive without nature. But how do we get wider mindset shift around that? Maybe Marco, first to you.
Right. So I think the message for me is twofold. I mean, back to what I said earlier, stop taking nature for granted. We are in a position today like no other species in the history of life on the planet has been. We have the power, because we are so many, because we are so powerful technologically speaking, we have the power to really alter system that we never thought would be able to change. You go to sleep, the sun goes down. You wake up in the morning, the sun goes up. This is a regular. We've been used to predictable seasons where the rain comes on that season. You can sow, harvest. All this has been stable, incredibly stable for the last 10,000 years and more. We just take that for granted. Yes. We should stop taking that for granted. We are actually today in a position we can either continue to alter the system and pay the price for it. That would be really catastrophic, because also we need to be honest about the risks. But the exciting thing is that this generation has the opportunity to actually embrace an alternative direction that develops economy, develops well-being, provide education, alleviate poverty, eradicate poverty, but at the same time respect nature.
Absolutely, yes. Livia, what would you add? What's your message?
I would say let's get inspired by nature in terms of its function, its systems, its connections that it makes. At Arapiaú, again, we are really engaged in economies that are based on nature. So we are putting nature at the center of new ways of production, consumption, relations, ecosystems, and so on. So that's why I think it's really important that we understand that we can learn from these values that goes from science to emotions. So nature has this power to send us really strong messages saying stop, but also let's do some actions based on nature.
Yes, absolutely. And you mentioned the economy. A really key theme here at COP30 is the bioeconomy, isn't it? And ensuring an equitable, sustainable, nature-positive bioeconomy. Absolutely. Alvaro, what would you add? What's your message?
I would like to bring a message that is not mine. I traveled 3 days by boat in Amazon to come here, and I interviewed indigenous peoples, riverside, and so on. And I did the same question, and the answer is listeners. All the time the answer is the same. So my message is bring people to the equation, to this equation. I think people must be part of the solution.
Yes, definitely. And we need to communicate, which is what we're doing with this panel today, but also through the book. So again, naturepositives.org/book. Do have a look and you'll be able to download it there. But I'd like to just ask Livia to share a few words about the really special Brazilian edition. It's called A Era da Natureza and has some additional chapters. But please, Livia, please share a few words about it.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much again for giving us this opportunity just to jump in an already great book.
And make it better and enrich it.
Yeah, maybe change it a little bit and bring in new voices and perspectives. So this was the idea, right? We engaged with some of the fellows and partners of Instituto Arapiaú. They are coming from the private sector, they are indigenous leaders, they are scientists, they are civil society leaders and so on. And the idea was, let's make Brazilian flavor into this book. So here we can read about how indigenous people from Global South relate to nature. This is a very strong chapter that we have on the book, saying that we need actually, beyond nature positive, also a positive humanity. And then we have thoughts about how can we have better investments that take into account nature, also dealing with public problems that we have in the Amazon region, for instance, that regards to violence, security, and so on. And then we have also one very interesting chapter about how nature must be a political actor. This comes from Isabela Teixeira, the former Minister of Environment of Brazil. And of course, we strongly believe that this is a good opening, but then we end up the book by saying that we need new narratives to reach people's minds and hearts, to say that nature must have a greater place if you want to change climate conditions, but also the way we relate to nature. So thank you so much again. I'm really excited to launch this book here at COP30 again.
Thank you to you, Olivia, and the whole team at Arapiaú Institute. It's been lovely to work with, and we're excited for the launch. And don't worry, if you're not fluent in Portuguese, you are not going to miss out, because the chapters have been translated into English and will be available on the Arapiaú Institute website. So do look out for those. There's, as Olivia said, just an incredible wealth of wisdom and different perspectives and ideas in there. So it's really worth having a read. Marco, anything you would add on the Brazilian
just one thought, because this is a series of dialogues, and today we talked about values on nature. We didn't really dwell a lot on the economic dimension. We mentioned it, all of us, but there will be a dialogue that will follow, I think, in a few days, which is exactly going to focus on nature and the global economy. What has to change in the way we value nature economically? What are the problems of today, where nature basically has a zero economic value, is invisible, and can be expendable because it doesn't have a fighting chance against destructive development projects, for example. Nature is economically valuable only when it's dead. You know, a tree is valuable when it's cut down and sold as timber, not when it's part of a forest and producing so many benefits. So there will be a series of the dialogue, an episode of the dialogue that exactly will dive into that critical dimension for me, because unless we really embrace a different way to value nature in many different ways, but also economically, I think we'll still have issues.
Yeah, thanks, Marco. And it's the critical piece, I think, isn't it? Because it's real life, it's the real world. And it came out, I think, in the GlobeScan Societal Shift survey results, Alvaro, didn't it? That often, if I remember correctly, communities were saying, yes, we care about nature, we want environmental protection, but then we're hampered by economic realities. Were there any particular findings that came out of the survey on that are just on top of your head?
Yeah, just the need of a new narrative, positive narrative, trying to bring specific possibilities to people, having evidence-based achievements, but simple, clear messages and achievable, affordable actions, people to engage people in this journey.
No, absolutely. That's, as you say, a positive narrative. It's about being realistic, but also showing that there's real potential and hope to have a better future through a nature positive, people positive, climate positive way forward. Through our book, as I say, Becoming Nature Positive, we are sharing these messages, but a book, not everybody reads a book. So we have also been thinking about other ways of reaching different audiences. And so we are very excited to have produced a film, a short film called Becoming Nature Positive as well. And it really teases out those topics that come out of the book. So on the science aspects of nature positive, society, all of the topics that we've been covering today around culture, identity and different perspectives, but also the finance and, to your point, Marco, economics as well, which is a critical central piece that we need in the nature positive transition to address. And so we have a range of leaders from across the sustainability space and beyond in the nature positive movement who are featuring in this short film with some stunning footage, working with Open Planet Studios. And it's going to be launched early next year. Watch out for premiere details of that. And we're very excited, but the trailer is already available. Before we watch that, Marco, anything you would say about why you wanted to create a film from this book?
No, as I said, I mean, the film is an opportunity to add more color and different voices to a book, because as you say, a book is not anybody probably liking. So it's an opportunity also to dwell on different perspectives, and that's actually part of the spirit of the book as well. There's so many contributors. It's not a one or few person's book, it's not one or few person's film, it's a collection of perspectives with some solutions, some question that needs to be answered still, but particularly clarifying the ambition and the excitement, the positive outlook for embracing a nature positive future.
Definitely. Thanks, Marco. And you can find out more about all of these topics on our website, naturepositive.org, also at Arapiao Institute, and of course, GlobeScan. Thank you very much to our panelists, Livia Pagotto, Alvaro Almeida, and of course, Marco Lambertini. Thanks also from me. Do watch out. We have more brilliant panels on the nature positive transition, one looking at economic aspects, science, health, food, and more. So do have a look at the We Don't Have Time website for those. And for now, let's watch the trailer of the film Becoming Nature Positive. Thanks, everybody.
Nature. It gives us everything we need to thrive. And it is our greatest ally in the fight against climate change. Becoming nature positive is our pathway to a safe and prosperous future.
The only way we can build a people-positive future is to secure a nature-positive one.
Yet we are destroying nature faster than at any other time in our history. And the effects on humanity are profound.
Humanity has become a weapon of mass extinction. And ultimately, we are committing suicide by proxy.
Our assault on nature threatens the foundations of our future.
We cannot continue to grow, consume, and not expect any consequences.
All the science we have today shows that we are in danger, but we have not yet lost it. The window is still open to turn back.
We are facing the greatest choice in the history of our species. Continue with business as usual and put the future of humanity at risk. Or transition our societies, our economies, and our future to a nature-positive path.
We have created these systems, and that means that we can change them.
Nature positive is not a vision, it's something that we have to do.
We are the ones who hold the pen and can write the next chapter in the history of humanity.
Can we build a better future where both nature and humanity thrive? This is the promise of a nature-positive world.
Is there life after COP? Well, I was going to answer that question with our We Don't Have Time perspective, because we do indeed have a very special announcement here. Those of you that have been following We Don't Have Time for a while know that we always go to Davos. We go to Davos to push for, well, more climate action. We push for science, for climate solutions, and for the green transition also, of course. And it's now time for us to announce this year's partnership for our participation in Davos. So we're very happy to announce that we will be partnering with the Swiss non-profit GreenUp and the ClimateHubDavos. So it's my pleasure now to welcome on Zoom. We have representatives from these two organizations here with us, waiting in Zoom. Michaela Reimann. You are president of the board at GreenUp. Wonderful to have you here. And Nicole Keller, managing director from GreenUp. So how are you today? Can you hear me?
Very well, thank you.
Excellent.
We're doing great, yes.
Thank you. And also in our Stockholm studio, we have David Olsson joining us. And David is CEO of We Don't Have Time. So, Michaela, could you please tell us and the viewers, what is the Climate Hub Davos?
Yes. First, let me express I'm really happy about this collaboration because we share the same values and goals. We both want to shed a spotlight on experts and scientists, and we want to co-create solutions for a greener future. And that's why we're really thrilled at GreenUp that We Don't Have Time will bring this Climate Hub Davos content on a global stage. So coming to the Climate Hub Davos, it's an open and inclusive space. During the annual meeting of the World Economic Forum in Davos, it's a place where change makers gather, come together to share their solutions and to collaborate, and also to inspire action towards regeneration. Yes. And you mentioned it at the beginning, GreenUp is the initiator behind the Climate Hub Davos. GreenUp is an NGO that is for more than 10 years already empowering people, communities, and organizations to live sustainably and to work sustainably and to use resources wisely in a way that humans and then also nature can thrive together.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Michaela. I was there last year in Davos and I hung out a lot at the Climate Hub, but it was truly inspiring. Yeah. So we're very excited to be partnering with you this year. So David, over to you in Stockholm. Could you share the visions and the whys of why We Don't Have Time is partnering up with GreenUp and the Climate Hub?
Yes, certainly, Katarina. And on my side, on my end, I want to express a heartfelt thank you for GreenUp to this collaboration because it's a truly inclusive and interesting space in central Davos that you have built that we now will be part of come January. And it's really good for democratic dialogue and for those meetings that are not exclusive in the accredited part of Davos for the general public, the visitors to the city. And we're going to Davos basically because, you know, we live in a globalized world and Davos is a focal point for those discussions where you can discuss those pressing matters that countries need to collaborate to solve. Be it elitist or not, that's the reality of the world. You need those arenas to have those discussions, and GreenUp and we are working to open up new spaces for democratic dialogue where we can discuss these matters. And you know, the global conversation on how to steer our future needs to be fact-based. It needs to be based in science. It needs to be respectful to science. And there is practically no other issue where this is more important than the climate issue, I would say, and the pressing environmental matters. So we're going there to make science great again and speak science to power.
Thank you very much indeed, David. It is indeed important, especially maybe in Davos, to be present and to open up the dialogue and democratize the climate solutions access. So it's really, really inspiring, what's happening now. So Nicole, over to you. When it comes to GreenUp, why is it important for you to be present in Davos?
Well, it's very interesting that you asked that question because I actually live in Davos and GreenUp has been active there.
You told me this winter.
I know. So it's kind of because of that I've experienced how it is here, right? In that week, really the transformation of the city that takes place, both as a citizen as well as a director of GreenUp. And I just felt we can play a role here. Beyond the local projects that we do here year-round, I really started to work on circular solutions first, like how can we reduce waste, how can we really make sure that any excess resources go back to the local community. So that's the Green Share project that we started 6 years ago. And from that, actually, there was more and more dialogue with the World Economic Forum, with the city of Davos. And also then we felt, hey, there is kind of more need for voices and open spaces for nature and climate solutions. So that is really, why the ClimateHubDavos came into being 3 years ago. And I really agree with what you both said. It's just really important to have this open space where we can also invite leaders, and but also there is a space for activists, to talk together and to see, okay, how can we solve this together? Because I think that is really important, that we listen to each other.
Thank you, Nicole. So over to David again. Why is GreenUp a good partner in this game?
Well, from working with GreenUp last year and meeting them throughout this year, I can really tell that the commitment to the issue and how genuine the organization and the people who work there feel, it's absolutely amazing. You really are value aligned with us. We stand shoulder to shoulder in this fight together. I see that you want to work for regenerative solutions, for circular solutions. It's not just something, a label that you put on you. It's something that you really believe in, as do we. Together we want to shift away from the fossil economy, phase down fossils in the world through radical solutions and radical innovation, and fast. We believe that together, and we believe in the science narrative together. So, I mean, I was there last year. You put scientists and science front and center of what you did. And the climate solutions front and center of what you did. So it's just a pleasure to be working alongside people like that. So I mean, it's a match made in heaven.
Thank you, David.
It is indeed. So to both of you, either one of you can choose to answer. Actually, it's how can the viewers support and take place in this? What's happening at the Climate Hub? Nicole, would you like to take that?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So we have live streaming. So we have many different sessions taking place with all these partners that Michaela mentioned. And they're all very diverse, but they will all be live streamed on our YouTube channel, Green Up With Us. And of course, we have a lot of super cool media people around who will catch interviews and who will really kind of raise this voice. So of course, also follow We Don't Have Time with all the broadcasts and episodes that there will be. And the same for, I think, our different channels. The LinkedIn channel, I think, would be the most important one to follow and to catch a view of what's happening. And maybe overall, we're super happy to work with partners. It's a bit like you, I feel, that we're all always looking for this co-creation, collaboration, lift each other up. So please, if anybody listening now thinks, okay, I really, want to join them in raising that voice, please partner up with us for this year, for next year's, and many years to come.
Thank you, Nicole. So over to you, Michaela. What can we expect from the content of Climate Hub 2026?
Well, maybe first, for those who haven't been at the Climate Hub yet, format-wise, or what we do is we really don't just talk. We really want to make change happen, and we don't only host panels, but we really create this experience also when having scientists around us, but really make people understand and feel what those scientists have to offer to us. And in 2025, we had about 2,000 participants on site, and we have had thousands online. And we created that with about 50 partners or partner organization. Nicole mentioned it. We are open for new partnerships, of course. And we had about 100 concrete pledges for nature and climate. And now for 2026, the bar is high, and we obviously want to create even more impact and to strengthen those relationships. And thematically, we will focus on 3 topics. So first of all, it's regenerative business. David mentioned that before, regenerative business models with a focus on food. The second one is transformative finance, because without finance, we won't make this change happen. And the third topic is leadership and new mindset, or a mindset shift. And that's basically what you can expect.
Well, that sounds absolutely thrilling. I really hope I'll be able to come and join you.
I hope so too.
So, David, any final thoughts?
Yeah, can I just add that we are integrating GreenUpDavos, a climate hub content on the We Don't Have Time Davos hub. So one way to watch what's going on in the climate hub is to subscribe to We Don't Have Time's broadcasts and join that way. So that's one of the way we're partnering. And then obviously very excited to have a more firm base in at the GreenUp at the Climate Hub, because it's a wonderful location and a lot of buzz that goes on there. So really excited about this, and I think we it's going to be a very interesting Davos, as this is a very interesting COP, because I think the time, it's really running out, and it's a time for action, commitment, and just getting boots on the ground and doing stuff.
Well, it is indeed crunch time. So we're happy to be able to announce this partnership here today at COP30, and all of you watching, you can of course follow the Climate Hub content, as David mentioned, on the We Don't Have Time platform. And thank you so much, Nicole, and thank you, Michaela, for making this possible and for joining us here on the live broadcast from COP30 in Belém, Brazil. And until we meet again, happy preparations, because I know you're on them already, on the ball, of course. It's soon, very soon. So best of luck with your prep work, and hope to see you soon. Thank you. And thank you, David,
thank you so much
for making this possible also, of course. Thank you. And now we will be looking at a video for a bit, because we are waiting for the next guest. They're running a little bit late. It's long corridors here at COP30 in Belém. It's very hot too. In some spots it's very hot, and in some spots it's very windy. As you can tell here, the wind is blowing from a very loud air conditioner, but we're doing our best to make everything work anyways. So let's watch the video, and then we'll get back and talk to 3 Brazilian women that are active in the Our Kids Climate community. Bye-bye for now.
So let's imagine you're a government minister of an imaginary country, and your brief is to ensure energy security for every one of your citizens, while also reducing greenhouse gas emissions as quickly and effectively as possible. It's a tricky one, because you get lots of your energy by burning carbon-based fuels that release massive quantities of those gases into the atmosphere. You get some good news when you meet with a group of delegates from a completely new energy generation industry who explain that their technologies don't emit any greenhouse gases at all during their operational lifetime. You think that's an absolutely splendid solution and send them off to get cracking. Then you meet with another group of delegates from the existing carbon-based energy generation industry, and they tell you that those newfangled technologies are intermittent and you can't rely on them all the time. So where's your energy security now, eh? And anyway, they say, you'd have to build out massive amounts of expensive infrastructure to accommodate the new stuff. Plus, you'd have to add lots of other complicated new technology onto your electricity grid to coordinate it all. Luckily for you, though, they explain, they've got a much better solution. They will simply bolt giant vacuum cleaners onto the smokestacks of all their power stations and factories to suck up all their greenhouse gases and store them all neatly away somewhere so they never get into the atmosphere in the first place. You think this is also an absolutely splendid solution. Until you start reading through the small print. Hello, and welcome to Just Have a Think. Now, if you found that introduction a bit simplistic and patronising, then it achieved its objective, because that is roughly how simplistic and patronising the fossil fuel lobbyists are being when they talk to lawmakers and the public. On the face of it, it really is as simple as I outlined in the introduction, as long as you don't ask too many searching questions about the detail. So let's ask some searching questions about the detail, starting with the size of the challenge. According to the United Nations' most recent GAP report, human activity in 2023 resulted in the release of just over 57 billion metric tonnes of CO2 equivalent gases into the atmosphere. That's an increase of 1.3% on the previous year. And for those not acquainted with the jargon of these sorts of reports, the term CO2 equivalent is just a convenient way of lumping all greenhouse gases into one single metric using what are known as global warming potential, or GWP, values of each greenhouse gas. Those GWP values are set out in the Greenhouse Gas Protocol issued by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC. Carbon dioxide is ascribed a value of 1, and every other gas has an equivalent value based on how much more effective it is at warming the atmosphere. Then some clever boffins with posh calculators multiply all those values by the actual quantity of each gas released, and that gets us to the overall CO2 equivalent number quoted by the UN. Some of that total comes from things like methane and nitrous oxide emissions from agriculture and land use change, and also methane from our waste management systems. To assess carbon capture and storage, it's more useful to look at global energy-related CO2 emissions, which according to the International Energy Agency reached 37.4 billion metric tonnes in 2023, so 37.4 thousand million metric tonnes. The middle-of-the-road emissions projection that can be found in the latest IPCC report shows that limiting global warming to only 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels would require us humans to capture and permanently store 8.7 billion tonnes of CO2 every single year. The Global CCS Institute tells us that as of November 2023, there were a total of 41 CCS projects operating globally with a combined carbon dioxide capture rate of approximately 49 million tonnes per year, which is just a little over 1/2% of that IPCC requirement. The CCS Institute did point out, though, that there were another 361 million tonnes worth of projects in the pipeline. So how's that going? Well, according to the International Energy Agency, as of Q1 2025, just over 50 million tonnes of CO2 capture and storage was in place, reflecting what they call a modest year-over-year increase from 2023. So at an uplift rate of 1 million tonnes a year, we just need to be a little patient for about 8,500 years or so, while the industry ramps up to full carbon capture capacity. Cheap shot, I know, but you get the idea. And to be honest, I don't really need to resort to such base sarcasm, because all the other data we're about to look at kind of tell their own story. First of all, why is there such slow progress on something that the fossil fuel industry had apparently identified as the perfect solution to allow them to continue business as usual while keeping the lawmakers happy? Well, for the purposes of this video, we will ignore the scurrilous suggestion that fossil fuel companies have allegedly grown used to doing pretty much whatever the hell they like, as long as they buy the compliance and silence of the relevant policymakers with high enough compensation fees. You may say that. I couldn't possibly comment. Instead, let's focus on the economics of carbon capture and storage. At first glance, CCS looks deceptively straightforward. As I outlined right at the start of the video, essentially you bolt some capture equipment onto the side of a smokestack, pipe the carbon dioxide into a compressor, and bury it in the ground. But the real world costs are anything but simple. The IEA estimates that even capturing highly concentrated CO2 streams, like those from ethanol or ammonia production, costs about $15 to $25 per tonne. But capturing CO2 from much more dilute flue gases, like those coming out of a power station, is far more costly, typically between $40 and $120 per tonne. And those figures don't include the energy penalty. In other words, the extra fuel needed just to run the capture system. Retrofitting a coal-fired power plant with CCS can increase fuel use by between 14 and 40%, while gas plants take an 11 to 22% hit. So even before you start thinking about pipelines and monitoring or liability for leaks, the economics look grim. That's why historically CCS has piggybacked on something else, enhanced oil recovery or EOR. By pumping captured CO2 into depleted oil wells, companies can squeeze out additional barrels of crude that would otherwise stay underground. That extra oil generates revenue, effectively subsidising the high cost of capture, and in the USA also generates a tax incentive under the so-called 45Q rules designed to reward the sequestration of carbon dioxide. According to the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, more than 70% of all CCS projects worldwide rely on EOR, and between 80 and 90% of all CO2 ever captured has ended up being used to extract oil from depleted seams. So what we get is a sort of perverse climate paradox. Technically, CO2 is being captured and injected underground, which means US operators can pick up their $60 to $80 per tonne, thank you very much. But that CO2 is being used to produce more fossil fuel, which of course gets burnt and releases yet more CO2. The net benefit to the climate can be very small, or in some cases even negative, depending on how much extra oil is produced and burned. I've covered this grotesque insanity several times before on the channel, but each time we come back to it, it still does my head in. No wonder critics say CCS looks less like a serious climate solution and more like a subsidy machine. The current UK government has been warned it could be on the hook for as much as £6 billion in guarantees if its Teesside CCS project fails to deliver. Even the industry's own track record is shaky. Chevron's Gorgon LNG project in Australia, touted as the largest dedicated CCS facility in the world, has repeatedly missed its targets and faced regulatory action for underperforming. And most recently, Norway's state energy provider, Equinor, has been forced to retract claims that its Sleipner facility had been capturing about 1 million tonnes of CO2 annually, when official figures showed the real number to be closer to 100,000 tonnes. So when you put all of that together, the slow progress of CCS becomes much less of a surprise. The economics don't work without subsidies or oil revenue, the climate benefits are undermined by EOR, the scale is tiny compared to global emissions, and the track record is littered with underperformance. But it's this very latest research, published in the highly respected journal Nature in early September, that is perhaps the most damning of all. Rather than the 5 to 6 degrees Celsius of avoided warming that the fossil fuel industry claims to be achievable with the various CCS technologies, the researchers on this paper found that the realistically available range is between 0.35 and 1.2 degrees Celsius, and that's assuming all CO2 captured will be permanently sequestered and not used for enhanced oil recovery, which, as we've seen, is in itself a highly unlikely scenario. The research finds that there just aren't as many genuinely usable storage pockets in Earth's geological makeup as had been previously touted. Historical scientific literature estimated between 10 and 40,000 billion tonnes worth of storage capacity, mostly in sedimentary rock formations. The fossil fuel industry typically claims there to be around 14,000 gigatons, of which the paper explains 13,400 gigatons worth is currently undiscovered, and only 253 million tonnes worth is economically viable. This latest research establishes a so-called prudent planetary limit of only around 1,460 billion tonnes worth, again assuming all the CO2 is genuinely permanently captured without displacing and liberating other fossil fuels. The strong conclusion of the paper is that only stringent near-term gross emissions reductions can lower the risk of breaching this limit before the year 2200, which of course is a date that is far too far into the future for us humans to give a damn about, isn't it? And almost certainly too far away to represent a problematic wrinkle for our dear politicians. CCS has always been politically attractive, of course, because on paper it looks like the ideal compromise. Fossil fuel companies get to keep drilling, mining and selling their products. Governments get to tell their voters they're tackling climate change, and everyone hopes the costs will come down with scale. But both the IEA and the IPCC stress that CCS is not needed everywhere. In fact, in power generation and most of the energy system, renewables, efficiency and electrification are already cheaper and more effective. For cement or ammonia plants, and maybe for steel production, all of which have hard to abate emissions, CCS will quite likely play an important role further down the line. But they are not the major contributors to overall global emissions. So let's worry about them once we've solved the biggest problems, and let's not get seduced into using CCS as a catch-all solution to enable fossil fuels to continue business as usual, because the evidence suggests it's more of a lifeline for oil and gas producers than a lifeline for the climate. And I know I sound like a broken record on this one, but maybe we could just focus all available resources instead on accelerating the already exponential rollout of solar panels, wind turbines, energy storage and other renewable technologies, so that we can actually stop the combustion of fossil fuels in the first place.
Welcome back. I'm here with 2 and maybe 3, if she's coming a little bit late, women from the Our Kids Climate Brazilian delegation. And Our Kids Climate is an organization, it's an anchor organization that organizes parent-led organizations in more than 50 countries of the world. And Our Kids Climate was started during the COP in Paris, the COP21. And I was actually one of the parents that went to Paris to sow the seeds for this organization. So it's very special for me to sit here. We were parents from 8 countries in Paris during the Paris COP. So with me here, I have 2 wonderful ladies. I have with me Mariana Menezes and also Clarissa Canova. And you're both from Brazil, correct? Wonderful. So you have different stories, all 3 of you, to bring in here to the COP. Could you please tell us a few sentences about yourself, Mariana?
My name is Mariana. I'm mother of 3 kids, and I live in Rio Grande do Sul. And I'm part of the parent climate movement in Brazil that's called Famílias pelo Clima. And we are here at this COP with a very beautiful exhibition. We brought pictures that we collected from mothers from many countries. And I brought, can I show my picture? Yes. This is my picture, and that's in our exhibition, and it shows my 2 daughters in our home in Rio Grande do Sul that was impacted by the huge floods last year. And our street became a river, and that's what the story that I'm showing in our exhibition with this picture. That's my story.
Thank you, Mariana. So where is the exhibition?
It's nearby in a public school close to the Blue Zone.
Thank you, Mariana. So Clarissa, please tell us a bit about your background and what story you're bringing here to the COP.
Okay, so thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Clarissa Canova, the founder of Mães pelo Clima, Mothers of Climate, a movement that uses the delicate activism to empower the moms and to show to the moms the beautiful nature of their regenerative force. So we believe that we have to encourage this mom to do what to do the best, that is take care of her children and the planet. But not only this, we do capacity buildings and other things to empower this mom with no guilt. Do you understand? Because sometimes we moms, we have so many guilt and so many things to do that we don't realize that we can do something for the planet as well. So my movement exists to this, and I'm part of OKC delegation. So we came to this COP30 to do this exhibition and to launch my book. May I present my book right now?
Sure, okay. Please do.
So we launched my book today, which is a story, The Air We Breathe. It's a story of my son and what we live in Rio Grande do Sul as well with the flood last year. So we tell this story to be a resilient story about the future and how we can encourage the children and the parents to talk about this in their day-by-day lives in a very hope way, with love.
Thank you, Clarissa. So what do you hope to achieve here at the COP, bringing these messages, Mariana? What do you hope to achieve?
You know, Katarina, after the floods, I think that the floods took part of my hope. But we are still here and trusting our leaders, trying to trust our leaders to make the decisions that we need to be taken, because we are already suffering a lot. Our families are suffering, our kids are suffering everywhere. And as a parents, this is something that our exhibition shows from everywhere, from Nepal, from Italy, from Indonesia. We are so worried, but we still have hope. That's our message. We are here to try to make our leaders to look at us and remember that we need to survive, we need to cross this together. And also, it's very important for us to be strong and to keep strong and also work in our communities so we can cross this climate crisis together.
Thank you, Mariana. During the COP in Paris, we worked, it wasn't really formally an organization, that was just a seed of an organization, but we delivered 100,000 signatures to the heads of COP. And our Kids Climate Organization has been present at all the COPs in the past years. So, Clarissa, what can you say about the narrative and bringing the children into these halls? What difference can it make, and how does that sort of relate to the brain-heart contradiction that we sometimes feel, that people are just up in their heads and not really in their hearts? But we all love our children or somebody else's children, right?
So we believe that's the first time, is the first COP that we are put children, I don't know if put is the best language to use, but to insert children in the narratives of the copy. We are doing a lot of work to have this copy be the copy of children's, I'm not using the buttons right now, but this is what we are doing right now. We care about the air, we care about our oceans, but we care more about our children. So we moms and daddies and caregivers, we bring a message that maybe in this kind of place is a, how can I say, is a message that will bring everybody together, because we bring this message of love and we speak from our heart. And for example, here in Brazil, we are 72 millions of moms. All around the world, we are 2 billions of moms. So we are representing, can you imagine how many kids, how many children? So this is our ask. Simple and direct. Let's pay attention to the children. Let's use moms in a good way. So I think we have been building this narrative, and we are in a good spot right now, because we are reaching a lot of people, and we hope we get more results to the next COP and the next COP. So let's see and keep going.
Thank you, Clarissa. So you are at the diplomatic zone. We are in the diplomatic zone right now, but you're also outside with your exhibition. So could you please tell us a bit more? How can people find your exhibition if they're here and watching the broadcast, or actually people behind us are also listening? So how do we find your exhibition, Mariana?
Oh, it's I don't have the address here with me, I'm sorry.
You can go to the Kids Climate website, maybe?
Yes, you can go to our website and also our Instagram.
Yes.
That's Famílias pelo Clima. Mm-hmm. And also they are Kids Climate Instagram. Yes. And they shared our schedule and all the informations there. So you can find it's very beautiful, and the message is very beautiful also. And we also, at the end of the exhibition, we ask the people to leave their message. Mm. And our idea is to collect these messages and try to deliver it to our leaders in the future. That's something that we are working on, to make our message go far and try to touch their hearts, if they have a heart, right?
I'm sure everybody does, but it might be a little bit disconnected from their brain. Oh, here's the third mother. Oh, wonderful, Katarina Nefertari. Wonderful to have you here. So, we're almost at the end of this session because that's the way it works in television. So, Katarina, just briefly introduce yourself and also tell us about your hopes and what our Kids Climate, the Coalition, can achieve here.
Hello, everybody. Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Yes. It's very funny that I'm late for We Don't Have Time podcast, and coming here, I was calling Uber to take my daughter to ballet class. So I think it tells a lot from myself. So I'm Catarina Nefertari. I'm a mom, and I'm also an activist against climate change. And my hopes are, as a mom here from Belém, the city of COP30, is that we can build together a better city for our kids to live with quality of the air they're going to breathe, with quality of the water in the rivers they're going to play. So I'm really happy to be with you here today.
Thank you, Catarina. So a question about narrative. I just did an interview with another interesting person a few minutes ago before you arrived. And he said, sometimes it's difficult to talk about climate because there's a bit of backlash, which is, of course, really, really depressing. But you, in this organization, you very often talk about health, quality of air. You talk about safety. You talk about other aspects. So you think this is a way forward in this very polarized, sort of ideological world, that climate is sometimes considered too leftist in some areas? You talk more about other aspects, but if you address these topics, you also address climate change. What do you say about this? It's sad that we have to even think about this, but we do.
Yes, I think that we need to be more hopeful and we need to make things happen. We as moms do a lot of things happening. We do it in our own scale at our house. We do this hard mission that is to give love and to build somebody with health and with perspective of future. So if we do it at home, why can't we do it in the world? So I think it's very important for us to build hope and to show the leaders, and that's why we as moms are here in COP30, to show them what we do so they can inspire themselves and take action as soon as possible.
Clarissa, yes.
Yeah, no, I just want to add something from Catarina, what Catarina said, because we care a lot about of other moms as well. So we see the importance to be together as a group, to support ourselves, to support another women, to support another girls, to have this space as well, and to build our narrative for the future.
Thank you, Clarissa. So one final question here. How can people that are watching this help you and us, I mean the world, the kids, to bring in the perspective of the children pretty much everywhere, not just here at the COP? So how can we facilitate this child perspective when it comes to climate action? Clarissa, what do you say?
I said that we have to have presence in our day-by-days, because otherwise we will be in the routine and running a lot. So if we start with presence, then you will think about your attitudes in your day-by-day base, and then you will start to think about another attitudes in the school, in the community, and you will start to change the way of you are living your life, and you will be more connected to the nature, you will be more connected to what is important to you. So this is the first step.
That's a good perspective, to be more present. Mariana?
Yes, I think that we should have more mothers and also the kids participating more. We have important voices. We are the ones that are raising the future generations. So, and we understand the problem. We know what's happening. We are already suffering the worst consequences of this. And we are also, many of us in our communities, working on the solutions. So I think that we and the children and also the schools that have a very important role in this conversation. And the kids are not only the future, they are also our present. And here in this COP, we have for the first time also a children delegation that were brought by Instituto Alana, which is a Brazilian organization. So we have to bring our voices and represent ourselves and say what is important for our communities.
Thank you, Catarina. You get the final say here.
Great. I think we also need to build solidarity networks for moms and carers, because here in Brazil, we don't only face climate change, we also face deeply socio-economic challenges. So how are the moms going to engage and do this climate movement as we want to do if they don't have time to do it because they are at work the whole day? So I think we need to send our hands to the moms from Brazil and all over the world so they can feel cared and feel that we are taking care of them too. And that's a very important way for us to change this game and make the future and the present that we believe.
Thank you very much indeed, all three of you. And there is a lot of power in the love of a mother. Indeed, you can feel it. And also, those of you watching this, I mean, regardless of what country you're in, Our Kids Climate has organizations that are connected to this mothership, Our Kids Climates, in many, many countries. And you don't even have to be a mom. You can be a father, you can be a grandfather, or an aunt, or not even related to a child, but just protecting the children. So there's always a possibility to join forces with these warriors here that are fighting for the future of the next generation. So you can check out the Our Kids Climate website, and of course your sites. You'll be presented on the web, on the Our Kids Climate. No, sorry, the We Don't Have Time platform with the titles of your organizations. And it's fantastic work you do. Best of luck. Don't give up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now I'm going to hand over to my dear colleague Nick Nuttall. We have a session coming up that we, together with the Planetary Science Pavilion, that we are collaborating with during this COP, and that we're very honored to have scientists every day on our show. So next session is going to be about science, and stay tuned. Thank you.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Great. We've got the pleasure right now of organising a press briefing linked with the Planetary Science Pavilion, which is a real feature here at COP30 in Belém. For COP30 to be truly successful, perhaps it must be anchored in the recognition that the stability of the planet, now at risk, is essential for equality, justice, and to address poverty. And that without action on these fronts, we will fail to improve planetary stability, and we will fail to ensure prosperity for all. The panel here that I have with me is two very distinguished people. We're going to try and discuss about innovation. We're going to try and talk about environmental intelligence, perhaps adaptive policy making, if that's possible, systemic considerations, many other things that are part of this movement towards a planetary safe future rather than one that is at risk. I have Nako Ishii, Planetary Guardian and Executive Vice President of the University of Tokyo. Welcome, nice to see you. And I have Manjana Milkereit.
That's right.
Not bad. Are you Swedish?
I am German.
You're from Deutschland, okay. So mein Wohnung ist in Wedding, so ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. She's a researcher at the Stockholm Resilience Centre and section co-lead author of the Global Tipping Points Report 2025. Let's look at what President Lula said at this COP. He said, we're moving in the right direction, but at the wrong speed. Is that what you take from what's happening? Maybe, Nako, you could start first. And how do we change the speed? How do we? We're moving in the right direction, but the speed is a problem. How do we change the speed?
I cannot agree more of that what the president said, and that has been really the challenge since Paris COP. We are always trying to push, but the direction is okay. The speed is a problem. What is missing is this idea of a system change, a transformative pathway. And why is that? Because we are still fighting against the incumbent economic system, which really doesn't account for the full value of nature, full value of the human being. So unless we really integrate those full value of natural capital or human capital or societal capital, we continue to fight against this incumbent system, which is so strong. So that what we really need to see is how we can really lever to put the lever of change those incumbent system, incentive and disincentive.
What does that echo a little of your thinking?
Absolutely. So understanding climate change as a systemic problem is, I think, key to identifying and figuring out how we can accelerate our current solutions. Because it's quite clear that we need to recognize that our ecological, economic, and political systems are interdependent and they're interwoven in a way. So we can only solve this kind of wicked problem if we also have systemic solutions that move us forward. If we recognize those interconnections, we might also be able then to use system dynamics, for example, to put in place self-driving or self-accelerating feedback mechanisms towards positive tipping points in those most polluting sectors, for example, or in our behaviors, in our governance structures that might accelerate the kind of change that we're hoping for.
Is this, or maybe I'm out of step with time, but there have been attempts to change our ideas of the economy in terms of indicators of wealth, some people prosperity or whatever term you want to use, or good progress, or whatever it is. But this idea of going beyond GDP, is that part of the
to me changes? That is really the core of system change or transformation pathway, because the current system that we are in is really the legacy of the past system. In the past, in the Holocene, that we were so small, the Mother Earth is so vast, so we really didn't have to account a lot about nature. Now we become so powerful, and our damage impacts on the natural system is so enormous. It's time for us to change the valuation system so that our economic system can take full account of, let's say, natural capital or human capital or societal capital without changing this valuation, which what really matters. We continue to fight against incumbent system. So to me, the transformative change, the core of this transformation change is how we can really change the valuation system. Right now, nature is for free goods. That's why we abuse so much, and we made so much of the damage to the natural system. That's why we have this program of stability issue. So how we can really include this fullest value.
Can I pick this up?
Come in.
So I think Anako said a very key term, and that is value. What do we value? So at the core of all the systems we have, our economic systems, our political and social systems, are distinct values. And currently, GDP and growth are the core values motivating all of our systemic activities. And they're also, as she said, the holding us in the current system and holding us back from transformative change, because they are defending the system as it is. And those are strongly embedded, politically defended interests, and they are very short-term values. So we look at our economic benefits over very short time horizons. But it is very important that we understand and lengthen our time horizon beyond accounting cycles, beyond even election cycles, because that is necessary to understand how our systems are currently at risk from climate change and what the values are we're trying to protect: human well-being, ecological integrity, and their interdependence.
I suppose if you know, we have a nice audience out here, an eclectic audience of many kinds of people, all passionately interested in climate change. And I suppose to bring that home to them, you might say the current system is so bizarre because Brazil and the other countries in Latin America could cut down all the trees in the Amazon and they would have an improvement in the short term of their GDP because they could sell wood to other people, but that doesn't take into account the value of how the trees protect biodiversity, generate water for river systems, recycle nutrients for agriculture. You lose the Amazon, you've lost everything really, but it's not priced in to the economics we have currently in nations. Is that?
That's absolutely right, Nick. Our system does put a value on dead nature. Once the trees are cut and then brought to our market, but we didn't really value the standing forests or living nature, and that is the problem of the current system. Right. So if we are able to change this valuation and to put the monetary value on living nature, it will completely change the way we live, we produce, we consume, and we live. That's something we need to think about.
How do we do this then, Manana? How do we change the way that governments, well, basically run their economies, so we actually put value into these, value into the economy?
That's a small question. So I think the kind of transformative systemic change thinking starts with an understanding of how interconnected these systems are, the relationships between economic activities and nature, human-nature relationships more generally, because nature is what sustains any of our economic activities, our well-being, our lives. And so recognizing that and building that into our decision-making model and our governance. So the interdependence between systems, between nature and economic systems, the existence of feedback dynamics and non-linearities in those systems, and those can be both opportunities but also risks to us. And then building governance systems that respond to those. And that means, in some sense, a much more maybe anticipatory, proactive, and long-term way of decision-making. Also a more adaptive and science-based, more informed by science kind of decision-making that can be iterative and learn from the kinds of systemic changes that we are observing. So a better integration of science and governance in those systems. And also I think, greater utilization of participatory approaches, bringing in all the stakeholders, all the value holders that exist within our economies and within our also societies and cultural systems that have a stake in those processes, and that would enable probably different patterns of choice if we valued those different voices.
There have been these attempts, haven't there, to bring the people together in large debate style, giving them the options for a different kind of future pathway. I mean, the UK did one where they consulted a representative number of people across the country about what would they like to see on climate change.
I think you're talking about citizens' assemblies. Huh?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So are we passionate about those as bringing these ideas forward?
Citizens' assemblies are a very interesting kind of new democratic governance instrument or setting, if you will, that can exist across different scales. We have local scale, national scale citizens' assemblies, but even at the global scale, we had a first global scale citizens' assembly. I believe a second of those is being launched as we're here. And those are interesting experiments or platforms because, as you said, they bring together a representative sample of people from the community they seek to engage in a specific problem. They deliberate jointly, asking everybody to learn about the particular issue and form opinions and engage in deliberation and discussion, and then develop shared visions or solutions that they carry to governments to be implemented. So those can be very innovative and interesting, important democratic spaces that might be a key component of those transformative change pathways.
What do you think?
Well, I'm practitioner, so I think I really want to see the very practical solution to this problem. And then she said something very, very important. Nature is so comprehensive that it's complex and comprehensive. You cannot really chop. So that how to value the nature, natural capital, really needs a very important thinking. So that the how to value the integrity of natural capital is a challenge. And it's such a local thing, and the very context the specific thing. That's a difference from carbon. Carbon is basically that the GHG and how to measure carbon is much easier than how to value the natural capital. So that the consultation is definitely one way. But another way is that if let's take a look at the landscape or that the ecosystem or water basin, just to bring that the people who are benefiting those ecosystem or the water basin, and just try to see how much they really would like to pay, how much they really would like to appreciate. So this is one way to do it in a very practical way, that without taking too much of the big consultation.
Do we have a problem, do you think, with the process whereby science enters government decision making, or the way science enters the decision making of, say, the private sector or local authorities? I only think because we have, for example, I mean, we had some years ago, I think in 2004 or 5 was it, the economics of ecosystems and biodiversity, which was a landmark report. I think the German government had a lot involved in getting that out. And that was incorporated. UNEP had the Green Economy Initiative, which started in 2008, after the financial crisis, to try and think how could we grow the economies better by factoring in ecological factors and other things. And then we have the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The reports are produced, the governments sign off on them, but they don't follow it exactly to the letter. Is there a problem of the internalization of the science that's already existing in the way that governments make decisions about the present and the future? I just asked that question randomly.
That's a really interesting challenge, the science policy interface, and as you pointed out correctly, that might be less a problem of the science than a problem of how it is adopted or taken up, or to what extent science is actually used to inform decisions or to create understandings of what decision options exist. Because ultimately, of course, decision making is guided by political interests, and so there are other factors matter often more in the decisions that are being made than science itself. But I want to maybe mention on top of that, we might nevertheless have actually a problem with science policy interactions in this time right now, where the science on climate change is changing so rapidly, and the model of IPCC science synthesis and communication to policy in a 7-year cycle might actually be insufficient and too slow to bring the best available science to this space to be able to use it. For example, I've been working a lot over the last 3 years on the issue of Earth system tipping points.
Yes.
And what kinds of governance mechanisms are needed to respond to those risks. The science of tipping points is actually already decades old by now, and it has been in IPCC reports minimally since 2001, AR3, and now in AR7 we're going to get for the first time a chapter that is going to address tipping points as well. But the science on tipping points has not yet at all reached the negotiation space. It is not a subject of negotiations. There are no distinct governance mechanisms that respond to this, or efforts to understand how the existing governance architecture of the Paris Agreement and the ambition cycle could be leveraged to minimize risks of tipping points, so that much more rapid scientific understanding that is developing, changing our risk understanding needs to come into this space, and it needs to do that much more frequently and differently than it does through the IPCC process.
Yeah. Let's all remember to keep our microphones well up towards our mouths.
All right.
Okay.
On that one, I actually think that the science has been really doing a very good job in addition to they made the progress so rapidly so that we need to really catch up. But the problem is mostly on this implementation with the economic and the social policy side, because we are not really able to update our system to that to the message from science. Science is basically telling us we have reached this capacity limitation of the natural system. It's our turn, human turn, to transform ourselves, and we are failing to transform as quickly enough that to catch up, so that the homework, the obligation is on our side, and how we can really incorporate the fullest value of nature and the human being, the society, that is on our side. And on the justice and the equity issue, if we are able to account for the fullest value of human capital and actually natural capital, and if we are able to create the economic system to reward that the guardians on the ground, be it the smallholder farmers, forest people, indigenous people, the village, and the fishermen. If we were able to create that system, economic system, to reward those services that the guardians are providing for free so far, the system will be much more just and much more fair and much more equitable. So that updating the system to the message of the science is actually creating much better, transparent, and the justice system going forward.
Are there places that we can point to, or are there, maybe I could say, parts of places that we could point to where some of this more interesting thinking about what is value, how does an economy run with value, happening? I mean, we've had the happiness index from Bhutan, for example. I don't know if that's a good example, or, I mean, in Germany and parts of Europe, you get the sharing society where people share goods and exchange and swap things, but they're quite small scale, right? These are just nice examples of what the world could be like.
Small scale is not a problem. That's how things start, right? And if they scale up.
True.
So I think maybe I can point to a couple of, let's say, legal and governance innovations where we might see this more systemic thinking emerging right now. One of those is the emergence of more and more examples of recognitions of rights of nature. Once we do that, bring nature actually into a legal system with representation and standing in decision-making and legal processes, of course, through human voices and representatives. That changes, that recognizes, first of all, our interdependence, so human-nature relationships, and brings that into the governance system itself. And that can have truly interesting effects on what we decide, how we decide, what factors we consider in those choices, not just economically, but more generally in governance systems. And the second one might be the emerging set of institutions around intergenerational representation and future generations. So we have increasing experimentation within the EU, but within numerous national governments that explore through what institutions or bodies we could bring the interests and rights of future generations into decision-making today. Because that is also one of our key challenges. None of our decision-making processes, our democratic processes, recognize and value what happens beyond an election cycle, economically speaking. And that the process or the problem we're dealing with here will affect all of the humans that will come after us. Right? I think a lot about tipping points. Some of the tipping dynamics that I'm thinking about might be triggered, meaning set off within a couple of years or maybe within a decade from now. But once you trigger them, they unfold over 2,000, 3,000 years, like our ice sheets disintegrating, irreversibly altering the face of our planet, the ecosystems that exist, what kind of human experience is even possible for an unimaginable amount of time. And none of those effects on the planet are taken into account when we make choices today. So in those kinds of new instruments to try and represent future generations' rights are starting to do that, to bring those future impacts into the choice-making architecture today?
Kiko?
Well, I'm an economist. I came from Ministry of Finance. I'm quite maybe non-romantic kind of thing. So to me, important thing is that the current economic system to be updated to incorporate all those beautiful things we were talking about. So that once we were able to incorporate those value into the current the valuation system, then we will go for this systemic change. One initiative we are working together with some of the institutions is Nature on the Balance Sheet project initiative. The idea is now nature is free, but then once we are able to value the nature and to be integrated the financial decision making, then it will completely change our current economic system. So rather than talking about the GDP beyond GDP or something kind of abstract, I would like to see that on a day-to-day economic decision-making does incorporate this fullest value of human capital, natural capital, and society capital. Then we can really see that the complete transformation, a way to go.
So I think what we're saying, because we're running out of time now, but what I think we're saying is that we do need this. It's a clumsy word for ordinary humans, which is systemic change. It's a clumsy phrase, right? But it's clear that the current economy, as it is not working.
No.
So we need a change, and some people find that change in a single concept. So the single concept that's been running around recently was we must tax the rich more and redistribute that wealth. Well, that may be true, but it's not actually probably going to solve the whole problem at all. It's just one part of a symptom of an economy that's not functioning and not delivering on what we want now and for future generations. And I get this feeling that the ideas that you're discussing here, they are both new, but they also have a past. So it's already slightly embedded in the thinking of people, and to actually make that kind of change to the global economy. So I think it's worth pushing very hard on this right now, because it's already in the mindset of some. So anyway, I don't know if that's a terrible summary of the whole conversation, but we have run out of time. But we have a little bit of a moment, I think, because I was told that every day during these press briefings, the Planetary Guardians will recognize strong climate action, and they will announce a Guardian of the Day. And so I think it's up to you, my dear friend, Ishiko, to announce who will get the prize today. I can give you a clue. He lives in California.
Yeah. Yeah.
And his first name
is Gavin. Right?
And the last one is
Newsom.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom.
You know, I'm really, really delighted. I'm honored to announce today's Guardian, that being also myself the Planetary Guardian. Today's Guardian is the governor of California, the Gavin Newsom. And he is here, actually, walking along the street, and then the people are kind of floating around him, because he is from US. Even the US government retreated from Paris Agreement.
Right.
He is here, kind of representing the still US in kind of moment, and he's also made an agreement with Nigeria, that an equitable transition agreement, which is so great. It's a political leadership, and that really gives us a lot of courage that the world is still very much the goodwill, and we can go on with
we
those.
We can go on, and we can get Gavin Newsom to incorporate tipping points in his California climate strategy, and maybe we can get him to persuade him to think about a new economy based on value rather than on GDP, which was invented in the 1930s.
Exactly.
For the war effort.
Yeah. For very different purposes than
for very different purposes. Thank you so much for being on We Don't Have Time. It was a great pleasure. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
So that was all from the COP30 Climate Hub for today, but don't go away, because tomorrow we're back for another full day of live broadcasting here from Belém. We'll invite guests to discuss solutions to curb emissions of the short-lived super pollutant gas methane. We've talked about that before. It doesn't go away. It has to move quicker at this COP. We'll also look at the role of religion in the green transition and have an exclusive one-to-one interview with the Climate Minister of Norway. How does he balance the fact that they drill for vast quantities of oil with the fact that Norway's very green and very helpful with overseas development support? Anyway, much more. Before we end this day, we'll leave you with another treat, but no, we've already played it. If you missed it, it's your fault. Watch again tomorrow. Goodbye from Belém.